All right. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Today, we are once again going to attempt to overcome hardcore Romestead. This is not an officially promoted or officially supported. There you go. Those are the words I'm looking for. It's not an officially supported game mode, but it is a very good way to play the game, I think. I've been doing really bad. I've been getting my butt kicked. We're going to play a scholar because we want our scroll here. And yeah, so let's get into it. We're going to save this bad boy. Whoops, we're stupid. Gotta name him. We're gonna go back to this. We're gonna give him all the same. We want some blue ass eyes. We want a scholar. We want not Sabinus. We want a hermit. Hardcore. And then we want to click save. Then we want to use that bad boy. And then what is this? Must have made that just... Oh, that's the one that I went to the desert to go blow stuff up. Oh, that's fine. We'll leave that on there. And then we'll create a new world. And we're going to call it... Hermit Hardcore. I'm in a little bit of a sing-songy mood this morning. We're going to make it the standard size. We're going to create that. I tell you what, if any of you ever get some really cool seeds that have like really broken terrain types or something, or like there's probably one that has like a butt ton of water or an excessive amount of clay, or you know, there's all these possibilities. I'm sure they've got rules and stuff that are trying to prevent those things, but because you have an almost infinite number of seeds, you also have a really crazy number of layouts and possibilities. And when you have that, wonky shit can happen. It's kind of a big thing in both Terraria and Minecraft, where sometimes you just get really crazy builds, and then those get shared because they're kind of fun. So hopefully that will be something that happens with Romestead. They seem to have some pretty strict rules right now on how the layout goes, right? You always start in the plains. You always have a surrounding forest. There's always a road that leads right to the desert. And I think that's probably just some stuff for the demo. I hope that they loosen some of those restrictions and that there are ultimately more biomes that are getting started friendly, so that maybe we're not always starting in that plains biome. Because that'd be fun. Or maybe, you know, it's something that can get modded, and we could maybe change the way the game works and the way the procedural generation works with some modding or something. I don't know. That'll be fun. I'm really excited for some new biomes. All right, we have generated our world, so let's get it loaded up. And let's go tear some shit up. All right, here we are. The first thing we got to do, get that flint. I'm a magic man. Hey, that guy's got some flint on his head. Give me my flint. Bop. Bop. Ooh. Look at all this. Oh, look at that. We got some lily pads and shit. gonna get all of this right here. Hell yeah. Alright, now we just need some sticks. Oh, it looks like we already have our sticks. We're gonna get a couple more anyway, because it doesn't actually ask you to get enough of the flint and sticks. Because you not only have to make the pickaxe and the lumber axe, you also have to make a main hand. And for some reason, it doesn't force you to get enough of that. I guess we're going to make a sword. I wanted to make a dagger, but I guess that's not possible right this moment. We'll be doing that fairly quickly, though. I started playing with dagger spell on that last playthrough, and boy howdy, was that fun. I really, really enjoyed dagger spell. Especially with the assassin spell, which will take a while to get. But that is fine. Okay, there we go. Now we can make some more things. Can we seriously still not make daggers? That's crazy. I don't like it. I want my daggers. We gotta put that there. Go ahead and claim that. Pick up that. Pick up that. All right, interact. Make ourselves an altar. Three stones, uno. Doso. Treso. And interact with that. And now we're all done with our quests. So, yeah, now we're all good. So let's take a look here. First thing we're going to want to do, just like last time, is we're going to want to get ourselves a leather shop. It's just kind of out here in the open so that we can fill it up with all sorts of decorations and stuff like that, because we want to make sure that we get the absolute best gear that we can at every tier here, because we're playing hardcore. And if you're going to play hardcore, might as well set yourself up for success. Ain't no point in making life harder than it needs to be. Where's my trees at? Let's go ahead and break this stump here. I don't really like the stumps. But also we're going to need those saplings, because we're going to want to put them around our woodcutter later. And then we still need 5 rocks. Nice. And then when we inevitably die here, we are going to go back to the persistent world. And we're going to do some more work on some of the structures over there. I just like to do a little something else as well. And I think hardcore is fun, even though I'm super bad at it. Yeah, so there we go. We got our leather worker. And then let's go ahead and put down We're going to put a personal house, like right here up next to this. And then we want to put an insula. That might be a little too close there. So we'll put the insula right behind. Maybe we'll put 2 of them. Yeah. So we'll get all these built real quick. The reason being is we want to be able to get any people we see, any citizens, we want to be able to have somewhere to send them. So these insulas hold 3 people. So we get a couple of them, and then we'll be able to hold any people that we come across so we can send them over here. And they'll just hang out. They'll just live here without any jobs or anything until I build some more job structures. You know, like our woodcutter and like some other stuff. We also got to go find our decorations, right? We need our vertical and our horizontal bush decorations. Whoops. One log, 2 log. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. It's like the only thing I remember from my French class in high school is singing Rock Around the Clock. Got him. Goofy ass little boar thinks that he can just come hang out in my town. This is my town. Okay. Still no daggers. Are there no flint daggers? Do you have to get to copper to make daggers? Or does the leather worker make daggers? Oh, I can't check until I get a citizen. Okay. Well, let's go find some flippin' citizens. We need to find a couple of citizens, and we need to find... Ooh, why is there a mage out here right next to my city? I've never seen that before. Yo, those dudes are kind of hard. Ooh. No, no. We almost ended it right there. He opened up that chest for us. That was nice of him. I guess we can just stay out of his range here. There we go. Ooh. That was terrifying. At first, I was afraid. Shit, I was petrified. I want to go kill these boars, but I'm terrified of what'll happen if they all come after me. But we definitely kind of want this boar meat because it makes some really good food for the early game. I mean, I've only got 50 hit points, and boar meat, cooked boar meat, heals 40 between its heal over time and its base heal. Okay, we're almost dead and we're out of food. So we need to take this little bit of food that we've got. And we need to go back to town. We need to cook it up. And we need to heal up. But hey, we got 6 of those tasty little treats there. That's some good healing. That's going to take us all the way up to 50. And then we're going to run back up this way. And we're just going to see if we can't find some structures with some citizens. And some decorations. So I can have some good decorations for my leather worker. Because I'd like to get... Ooh, nice, a chest. I'd like to get some, like, legendary leather armor. Because that'll feel real good. Hey, we got some fire arrows. Nice. This guy's got a lot of hit points. He's not terribly scary. He's pretty easy even to dodge, like in melee. But just all those hit points can make him a problem. And everything hits hard at this stage. So we have to be pretty careful. I mean, y'all saw those boars when I got whacked by them. Beat my ass. Might as well go ahead and yoink this. Yoink. Darn, not going to be a chest. It's probably going to be a bee. I think those are the only 2 things that can be in here, yeah. Not that I don't want a bee. Bees are great. Beehives are wonderful. Honey is a really good, like, food for your citizens. Because you can just get a farm that just has a bunch of honey. And just no problem, you know? That can feed your citizens kind of in perpetuity. Honey and olives are probably the best 2 things to be using for your food for your citizens. Because you can just put that stuff right down in there. Oh no, I'm sorry. You've got to cook the beeswax into honey. So actually the best thing is olives, for sure. Because it gives one food. But you don't have to process it in any way. And so you just get your little duder. Your little farmer to do that stuff. Being out here at night is scary when you're fucking playing hardcore. Hey, what's up, Master of Light? How are you? Ooh, little person. What do you got? Hey, 9 efficiency, 8 expertise. Yo, Slate, what's up? 110% experience gain. -4 efficiency. That's too bad. I wonder if that -4 efficiency is on top of... So is he only going to have 5 efficiency? That would be bad. I guess we can still use that person in our leather worker, because we mostly just care about the expertise. He'll end up with enough efficiency to make my items pretty quick. Okay, dude. You want to maybe chill the fuck out? Ooh, there's a little dungeon there. We might be able to go in and do this dungeon. Let's... Oh yeah, it's just a prison. Ooh. Okay, we can leave anytime we want. So those repeatable dungeons that have the sealed rooms are really scary because you can't leave them. Once you go into a room, you're trapped until you succeed. There's some melee damage there. Nice. And at least in... in these ones, I can just bail if I get my butt kicked too hard. But it doesn't even look like there's a little boss dude in here. So we're just going to get these 3 chests for basically free. Which feels good. We get some potions. Real nice to get some early potions, because those are lifesavers. Go ahead and eat, fill up here. And then open up this last chest, see what's inside. Alright, bunch of stuff that I don't really need was in there. But that's fine. We can always just offer that stuff up to the gods, which feels good. Alright, nice. Got some potions. Now we've got... This is the indicator right here that tells us... We're gonna magic this dude. But this little indicator here tells us where the first boss is gonna be. And hey, this is nice. We're gonna get all the decorations we need. So we've got our vertical bush, we're gonna get our horizontal bush, and then we're gonna get our 4-banger bush, which is awesome. We definitely want that. This should have a chest in it. It's got that little hole. Nice. Boom. And then we just need to go ahead and put ourselves a little fire down. And yeah, just right that way. Nice. Let's go ahead and nab up this coal here. Fantastical. Oh, so for a while, you weren't ever getting anything when you picked up these little axes that sometimes appear inside of these little spots. But you're supposed to be able to get stuff now, and we did. We got ourselves a rusted axe. So a little better... Oh, and then when I blew it up, I got another rusted axe. Interesting. Alright, we got another dungeon here. Probably will be just the same kind of dungeon we were at just a minute ago. Just one of these little prison dungeons. We're gonna go do it anyway, even though it probably won't really give us anything we need. We're just gonna kind of... Oh, there we go. Oh no, that was us getting a level. We were just kind of whacking everything to see if maybe there was a secret. Alright, we've got ourselves a hidden crypt here. So, just a couple of zombies and a zombie spawner. Ooh, I took a bunch of damage in there. Ouchie. Ooh, copper hammer. So this is going to take us out of our magic for a moment. But these copper hammers are pretty fun. And because it's a copper weapon, it's going to do significantly more damage than my my flint sword was doing. So it's a pretty good treat for us. I like that. I'd prefer to have gotten, you know, just a sword or some daggers or something like that. But it's still pretty cool. Actually, I'm pretty bad with the hammers. So let's go ahead and swap those out. Let's not put ourselves in a position to be trying to, like, learn new stuff while we're playing hardcore here. That sounds like a really good way to end this run early. There's our boss. We've gone most of the way around the outside. I'm surprised we haven't found more citizens. But we have everything that we need to get started. With the way we want to get our builds going. So we have all of the decorations we need to make the best version of our leather worker. And then we have enough leather to make all of our gear. And then we should be able to go fight the boss. So we're going to finish up this crypt real quick. And then we're just going to go ahead and do all that stuff. Get all our stuff prepared real quick. And then we'll go fight the boss. And then it'll be about, you know, getting some blacksmiths put up, getting some carts, getting some copper, making a full set of copper gear, and then moving on from there. There's going to be a lot of building and a lot of leveling once we get the boss killed. Not just leveling myself, but also leveling up my citizens to get them into a spot where I can more efficiently power myself up. I really like the idea of playing this hardcore. So there's an interesting thing. Your characters and your worlds are completely separate, which creates some interesting implications for, like, hardcore gameplay. So up to this point, normally when you play hardcore, one of two things happens. In Minecraft, your hardcore is world-based. And so if you're playing solo on a hardcore world, you lose access to the entire world, right? You can't ever go back in there. Whoops. And so that's kind of, like, crazy. And some really crazy shit has happened because of that with a lot of, you know, streamers and stuff who primarily play Minecraft. But in this game, because your world and your character are separate, you potentially could allow for people to make hardcore worlds and hardcore characters. So you could have worlds where, like, if anybody dies in that world, you lose access to the world. And then you could have characters where if you die as the character deletes. And so you could do things like create a hardcore world and even import existing characters into it. And then if they die in that world, then the world vanishes, but your character's still there. Or you could have things where it was like the character is the hardcore. And so then you, even if you go into like a regular world with a bunch of non-hardcore players, if you die, then your character gets deleted and you have to start all over. And then you could mix those two things together where, you know, you go into a hardcore world with a hardcore character and you die, and then the world deletes and your character deletes. So there's some interesting stuff there, and they already have the architecture to do something super cool like that. Okay, I can't use these yet. I wonder why that is. I unlocked them. Do I maybe need to do a lumber yard? I don't really know. Let's get ourselves a little food depot, though. We definitely need to be able to feed our citizens. We need 4 lumber here. And let's go ahead and make ourselves a cart. We didn't make a cart for a really long time last playthrough with our hardcore. And that was just dumb. Not having a cart is stupid. They're super easy to make, and they're incredibly useful. That pot man is like trying to walk into my sword. Like I was going out of my way not to hit him. And he's like, let me walk into your sword. I can befriend. All right. Now we got ourselves a cart. Is he throwing shit at me? Look, dude, I was fine leaving you alone. But don't throw shit at me. That is a dick move. Booyah. Alright, so now we've got enough logs. I love this. I love that I don't have to take the logs out of the cart. And I can just walk into the little space there and make what I want to make, you know? So convenient. Actually might have needed that flint. We do have a lot of flint right over here with us, so maybe really not a big deal. Okay, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons here. What are we doing? Oh yeah. Who's got a cart? I've got a cart. Do we have 4 logs? We do have 4 logs. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. All right. Let's put some foods in here. We want them to eat these mushrooms, these olives. We're going to cook up this right here. So let's do that. We want, let's see, quick craft those. Quick craft those. Go ahead and feed our little duders these. Nice. And let's go over here to the altar. And let's be a little smarter than we were yesterday. And let's get these bows. Let's do that. Let's get a bunch of this stuff. Energy, magic armor, overall magic armor. There aren't really a ton of magic enemies in the game up to this point. Up through the demo. So let's go ahead and not worry about that. Bones don't really have any use outside of offerings, I don't think. So we're going to offer all that stuff up. Nice. We got quite a bit of favor with quite a bit of people there. That's cool. I didn't realize that I could offer that. Yeah, I think that's mostly what I want to offer there. And then we've got a bunch of chests. So let's go put our chests. And let's try and keep these organized. Like, this is foodstuffs here. So these are all things that are going to need to be like farmed or food or anything like that. And then we've got items that I might use, right? Like I'm going to need these potions. I might need this globby. So these are consumables. And then we'll put, oh, I think that needs to go in there. Then we'll put materials in here. And then probably gear will go over here for now. That seems like a reasonable distribution of stuffs. Yeah, I like that. And why can't I make these decorations? Maybe I gotta go break them again? I could have sworn that it told me that I unlocked them, though. New unlock acquired. Horizontal bush decoration. Oh, these are level 2s. Okay. Oh. Hold up. Can I level up decorations? You wait just a gosh darn minute, game. Has my whole life changed? I think my whole life might have just changed. I already did this one. Why isn't it grayed out? I'm so confused. You know what I need to do? I forgot to assign this jackass to that right there. We want to get this dude leveled up a little bit. We don't need... Oh, my leather's in my chest over here. Should I just make regular leather gear without getting it legendaried? Or should I go out of my way? I think I should go out of my way to go find the tier 1 version of some of these. I think that's what we need to do. Whoop. So let's go run around looking for the tier 1 version of this stuff. Oh. It's real nice early game to have a spell. There are 2 types of gear that actually work really well in the early game and make killing some of the early game enemies incredibly easy. And that's the throwing pylons. Those things slap pretty hard, but they're pretty hard to upkeep also. You need like a lot of them. And then the spells. Hey, there we go. Secret chest. Ooh. Rusted copper gladius. Don't mind if I do. And so this is what that rusted means. Minus 5% attack speed, minus 25% overall damage. So if we got a regular gladius, it wouldn't have those. And I actually kind of like, so you still have your base damage, and copper gladiuses are always going to have that same base. And then you have possible negative modifiers if it's not like a high quality version. And I like that because it lets you know, even if you get a bad version, sort of what a good version would look like. What in the holy shiznit? Ooh. That guy turned into a bunch of guys. Okay, we're good. I've never seen these. Oh, they're bone. No? Blackberries. These were just added. Oh no, I've seen red currants before. I've picked them up from killing enemies or getting them from chests or something, but I've never gotten blueberries or red currants. So we've got our persistent world. The persistent world is actually of a really old version of the demo. We've actually had 3 or 4 updates since the demo came out. And so we've got a lot of new stuff, like these blueberries and stuff. I don't believe were in the demo up to this point. So that's really cool. There's some additional white currants. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy shit. I wonder what these are used for, or if they're just foodstuffs. Do we maybe have some more cooking or something else like that that we can do? Got him. Took a little bit, but it's worth it. Yeah, some more blueberries and some more white currants over here. Very nice. Ooh, and another chest. This whole little oasis thing here was really valuable. Most of the time when you see little points of interest, like this, like open world POIs, not dungeon POIs, but when you see open world POIs that have chests and stuff like that, normally they've got some sort of ruins or something instead of being these open world areas where there's like, it's just a meadow. So this is really cool. I've never seen anything quite like this before. So definitely happy to be on sort of a newer build here of the demo. Because it's showing us, I mean, they're really iterating very quickly on a lot of things here. And it's because they have a really good, like, core build. Hey, here's another duder. Let's see. Ooh, 12 efficiency. Hey, yo. This dude is going to be my woodcutter or my farmer or something like that. So, absolutely, you go to town. Hell yeah. Might go ahead and destroy this and keep this as well. Ow. I don't think there's anything in there. I think we just need to break this one. Got another queen bee. That's 3 queen bees now. So once we get a carpenter, we'll be able to make a bunch of beehives, which will be nice. Beehives are really good. They help you make a lot of the different foods. I think this one's going to be a chest here. Yeah, you heard that little wom. All right, some good stuff to offer up to the gods. I didn't realize if you break these scarecrows, you get wheat. Oh, no, that's, never mind. Wonder where that wheat came from then. That's a DPS dummy. Seems to be a lot more variety in some of the, like, random layout areas of the forest here. It seems like they've updated a lot of this stuff quite a bit just in a couple of days. Things are really looking pretty different. This is throwing attack power, don't care about that. So this is something that I don't think that I like. If you're not the person that kills something, then things don't drop stuff. And I don't think I like that. Because, like, I'd like to set up a creative little farm. Nice. Is that a level 1? Yeah, horizontal bush decoration. Nice. And vertical bush decoration. Very nice. So now we can go back and actually build our decorations here. But there's something that you can do in, like, Terraria and Minecraft and a lot of survival crafting games where, you build structures and things like that to manipulate creature spawns to farm materials and stuff that maybe there aren't buildings to farm. So one of the things that you can't create a building for in this game right now is like leathers and hides and stuff like that. And so I think it'd be really cool if when I got like a ballista to kill something, I still got drops. And so I could set up a ballista somewhere where I knew that there was like a bear spawn or something like that. And then that ballista would, kill bears as they spawned. and then give me my hides that way. And just like we did last time, we're going to get pretty crazy here. Do I want to go... I get an extra one if I do this. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll do the same. Right back here. Okay. And then I guess there's going to be that there, that there, that there. Okay. And then, no, we can go out that way too. And then can I put a... Nope. Bummer. Okay. This tree is in my way and I can't see. It's making me mad. All right. That's all fairly awkward, but I dig it. We actually need to get rid of those two. And then I guess we do that right there. And then boop. Boop. And then we can't do that one because that covers up. And then can we put, yep, a horizontal right there. Okay. So that's like all the happiness right there. And now we just have to build up. So a lot goes into making the happiest artisans that you can. Now, I also have the ability, apparently, to make these level up. I guess I'm going to need a carpenter to upgrade. Which means I have to kill the first boss. But I can't believe that there's upgrades to these decorations. I didn't even realize when we were doing all that stuff on the main persistent world yesterday. So there's actually a lot of work that needs to go in over there too. Thankfully, upgrading things is just a button click instead of actually having to go through the process of the construction minigame. I don't dislike the little construction quick time event thing. But things like that do become pretty tedious pretty quickly. So there definitely does need to be a balance there. It can't just be every single time you try and do something. So I'm pretty happy that upgrading doesn't require the use of that same system. Because I think that would get pretty annoying as you were trying to build your city. And I'm also a little concerned that, like, if I try and build multiple cities and I try and do, like, a really good job with them, I might end up in a position where I'm kind of annoyed by that system. We'll see. As you level up your construction, I guess, you know, it takes less to get it done. So it'll probably be less obnoxious because of that. But I don't know. But definitely with things like these decorations, I might even say maybe it would be better not to have to do this for these decorations, because this is tedious. So potentially, so right now, the way the decoration system works is you have to decorate every building. And decorating every building means that this little honeycomb or hexagon or whatever pattern that I've got going on here is going to be the optimum layout for every structure. Right? This is as good as the happiness and stuff gets. And then, of course, we'll push out beyond that. This is wrong. There's something off here. There's a gap right here. Oh, okay. It's just because I've got this gap right here. Okay, it's fine. I mean, there is a gap there, but there's not really anything I can do about it. That gap would have to be somewhere. Hello? All right. Wow, this is going to take a hell of a long time. But it's definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Because that legendary gear is going to boost our damage. It's going to boost our defense. It's going to boost everything. And if we're going to play hardcore, we just don't really have a choice, right? You have to do everything you can to keep yourself alive. Otherwise, what are you doing, right? The point of hardcore is that the preparation and readiness aspects of the game become significantly more important. Don't you dare. Aw, it blew up the tree, and so I didn't get any logs. Yeah, I don't think I like how if other things destroy stuff, you don't get anything from it. That feels pretty punishing. And it feels punishing in a not fun way, because it also limits your ability to try and make use of other things to destroy stuff, right? Which I think is really creative and could lead to some fun gameplay. Like, I could build a catapult and blow up trees with the catapult, and that'd be a super fun way to, like, farm trees. But I can't really do that because then I wouldn't get my trees. And that would feel bad. Oh, got myself trapped. This doesn't work nearly as well when you're not in a persistent world that disconnect, reconnect, to rejoin the world and get out of these things, because it takes a while. Because you got to save and then you've got to reload the world. So I'm actually not very happy about that. I definitely prefer playing this game in a dedicated server session, or in my persistent world that's being run as a server. And the reason that I enjoy playing it that way more is it takes off the load a little bit off of my PC. It just generally makes everything run better. Hopefully, I'm far enough back here. So we just need to stay on the left. Get away. But if we stay on this side over here, then it'll push us out this way. And that's what we want. Gracious, dude. This is gonna take for freaking ever. Oh my god. What do we got, though? We've already got... Oh, okay. No, he loses, so he's only got 4 efficiency. We don't want this dude. Absolutely not. This person has 11 efficiency, even though they have -3 happiness. So their base efficiency is actually super high. So we'll be able to overcome that. Yeah, already up to 15. Booyah. That's really good. Okay. I like that a lot. That is a good person to have making our stuff. Because we're going to get ourselves some legendaries. And that's going to feel great. I'm just looking for a grove of trees here. I also, instead of getting just a little bit of wood and rocks at a time, I might just bring a whole pile of wood and rocks over there. We'll do all the resource gathering at the same time, and then we'll do all the building, I think. I think ultimately, that's just always kind of the way things go. If you focus on a specific activity, then you tend to do that activity, or you tend to do all activities faster in the aggregate if you break them into portions. Because it reduces back and forth time, it reduces all kinds of stuff. Now probably I need to gather both resources, but that's harder to keep track of. So we'll do all the wood, and then we'll do all the stone, and then... another thing that I think would be cool is if instead of actually needing to bring the resources over to these things, in the beginning, that's fine to need to bring the resources over to this stuff. But it'd be cool if later, just like our construction worker uses those resources in our material storage to do upgrades. It'd be cool if we could also just use resources straight out of our material storage. to construct. Because getting things out of the material storage can be a little bit of a pain. Because it has that system where if you drive a cart across the material storage, then it automatically registers it as you trying to put that stuff away. And so you can pull things out of your material storage and then be trying to leave your material storage. And then it all just immediately goes back into the material storage. And that's fairly frustrating. And would be mitigated by just allowing me to use this stuff right out of there. Which I think would be fine. Is my inventory full? Holy shit. Looks like we need to go throw down some offerings and re-put some of our stuff away. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I'm doing 12 logs. Right? So that's 13, 14, 15. So that's all of them on this side. There's a few extra over here. So I'm actually going to need, let's see, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 maybe? So it's 8, 9, and 12. So one more stack over here. And then we'll just need like the same amount over here again. So 4 more trips for wood. That seems good. We're going to come over here. We're going to quick deposit, put some more seeds away. Going to put all our currants and our blackberries and stuff over here. I'm interested to see what maybe I can do with these, if anything. It's possible that I can't do anything with them right in this moment, which is fine. Then we're going to come over here. We're going to quick stack. These are just consumables. Don't really need to worry about that. Quick stack some of that right there. Put away some of that. Well, actually, we'll just keep this stuff out. I don't really know what to do with these pelts. Oh, they're just things that can be offered or sold. Okay. That's fine. And then, yeah, let's put these things in these. Okay. Dope. I know it needs to go in here. Nope. Consumable. There we go. I don't really use those, but they can get used to cook things. So maybe they need to go in our foodstuffs box. I don't really know. Got some more food. Put it away. Boom. Boom. Gotta feed them citizens. And then we'll come over here to the offerings. We'll offer up a bunch of this stuff that I don't need. Oh, not my wool. Yeah. So now that we've offered up a bunch of this stuff before, we're getting numbers telling us how much worship we're going to get. And that's nice. I don't ever really get Mercury as the first one. I almost always get this one, Ceres, because I give her food. I guess I really need to just bite the bullet on that. And I think just 10 of these was enough to get her first level. Yeah. And now I can get a farm, and that's good. Because we want to get, we'll put some olives in a farm, and we'll just start filling this thing up with olives. And then our people will never die. And that's important. Okay. So inventory is nice and clean. Let's go ahead and put this stuff away. Two more. Oh, no. Three more? Yeah, 3 more full trips. Lots of rocks, so the plains are really good for the rocks. That boar just killed that goat. And now I can't get that goat's cheese. And that makes me sad. I like goat cheese. This is bullshit. That's bullshit, ref. Running out of like nearby trees. I'm having to go super far away. Ooh, might as well get that. Oh, might as well get that. This doesn't look like a full one to me. That's weird. That lightning just struck super close. I don't think I like that at all. Don't think I like that at all. There's a couple of different challenge things that I can already think of doing in this game. Like a no gear challenge would maybe be fun. Just running around with fists and no armor, just beating on shit. Could be a good time. Okay, go in the thing. All right, one more full up here of wood, and then just a bunch of fill ups of rocks, which should actually be pretty quick. Gathering up rock is quite a bit faster out here in the plains. Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain, and the waving wheat can sure smell sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain. Okay. Actually, go get that rock out. We'll stack the rocks sort of separately, because we don't want the rocks and the wood to be mixed together. Ruh-roh. Nighttime. The zombies are coming out to play. Bop. I keep pressing the spacebar and picking things up when I really need to be pressing E to grab my cart. Okay, guess I'm all full. Thought I still had one spot left. All right, this is all for this side. Perfect. Now, I think just 4 more trips with the rocks, and then we'll spend like a bajillion hours crafting up these decorations. And then we'll be good. I don't know, what do y'all think about the crafting minigame in this game? Of all the things in this game, all the different systems and mechanics, I think that the crafting minigame is probably my least favorite. And I don't know that I actually care if it continues to exist. In fact, I might be happy if it went away. I don't know what would replace it though. Like, I don't necessarily want to be able to just plop my city down super fast. And not have to feel like I'm actually constructing it. But I also really don't think that this little QuickTime event is necessarily of value. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Nerd. Mining's already up to level 12. Balling out of control over here. Oh my god. Whoops. Alright, 2 more trips, and then it's just crafting. We've got a lot of big rocks right here. They'll drop 2 or 3 rocks apiece. Which will be super easy to fill us up. Okay. There's also a little bit of difficulty in this game with seeing things on the other side of stuff. The perspective, right, the 2.5D perspective is always going to have this problem. But it's honestly pretty bad in this game because you're building. And so right now, I see through structures and stuff like these trees, or actually I don't think I see through this, but there are things that disappear. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder why this tree doesn't disappear. That's pretty inconsistent. Pretty inconsistent. But when I'm building, there's no see-through on some of the structures. So it makes setting up buildings, especially the decorations, behind buildings, is a pretty big pain in the ass. So I'd maybe like to see some of that see-through stuff added to my construction tool. I don't know how technically difficult that is. But it sure would make building feel much better. All right. Let's get to it. We're going to make ourselves some legendary gear here. Hey, how common is tin? Guns akimbo. Nice. I love Daniel Radcliffe. So tin isn't the most common. There's a couple of ways that you can make it easier to get. Number one, well, I guess there's only one way to make it easier. But tin is normally found in the desert. And it's about as abundant in the desert as copper is in like the plains biomes and stuff. So it's not terribly difficult to get. But if you build a quarry in the desert and level up the guy inside, he can actually quarry copper and tin in the desert. Misny for you? I don't understand. I don't know what Misny is trying to say. Sorry, mines. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he'll mine copper and tin for you out in the desert. You do have to level him up. So the biomes in this game have an effect on some of your structures. So, like, for example, you can't plant apples in the plains at your farm. You have to plant them in the forest. And you can only get your quarry to mine copper and tin in um, in the desert. And there's a bunch of little things like that that make it ultimately a good idea to make multiple cities instead of just making one city. The game is basically trying to get you to rebuild the Roman Empire instead of just building the city of Rome. So you're going to need, multiple cities. You're going to need roads connecting those cities, all that stuff. Just built your second city today? Nice. Congratulations. Where'd you put it at? I personally think that a second city in the desert is pretty peak. Just because of that tin stuff. Even if you're not building your quarry out there, just having somewhere that you can go to smelt your bronze is kind of nice. So what I'm doing here, below the desert, so I could have a pit stop further out. Nice. Yeah, I dig that. We have a persistent open server that I'm maintaining. It's not this server that I'm on right now. This is just a personal room for doing this hardcore run. But there's about 15 of us at this point who have logged into it and done a little bit. But we've got, I don't know, like 7 cities or something like that that people have founded. It's pretty cool. We do have a problem, though. We haven't done a very good job of setting up farms that provide food to, like, food storages and stuff like that. So our citizens keep dying because we're bad at video games. But it's been pretty entertaining. We've had, like, I don't know, 30 or 40 citizens die so far. We keep failing raids because nobody will be online and a raid will happen. And we haven't done a very good job of, like, setting up our defenses and stuff like that. I mean, we're the worst rulers ever. We just be letting everybody die. There's like 2 people on the whole server that are actually doing a good job of building their cities. And everybody else is just like, haha, fend for yourself. It's been a good time. But I'm finally kind of learning some things about, like, the happiness system and stuff like that. So we're gonna really make some good buildings. NPCs are pawns to be used. Exactly. I mean, the game even lets you sacrifice them to the gods. So it's all fine. It's all good. I'm about to have the happiest leather worker in all of history. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think anybody's leather workers are as happy as mine. Okay, game. I'm really excited to get my legendary leather gear. And then I'm gonna go beat the shit out of this bird. Because that's what it deserves. Hey, level up. Let's actually go see. I want some favors here. Let's see. Yeah, let's boost our construction area. Let's boost all this because we're going to do a lot of mining and wood cutting, stuff like that. We've got a lot of buildings to make. And sure, some bonus lighting. We might go ahead and make ourselves a torch. Can we not make a torch? Okay. Well, we'll do that some other time. Is iron ore rare / important? Yeah, so it will be. You currently can't smelt iron ore in the demo. So it's just going to be the next tier after bronze. But you can't use it right now. Unfortunately. Oh, these are set up like this. I was big sad when I found out about that. No, not worth going out and getting right now. Unfortunately. That's the most exciting thing for me about this game getting out of demo, though, is right now there's a very limited amount of gear. I feel like there's tons of stuff to do, to set up for your citizens, and all of those things are in a pretty fleshed out position, even in the demo. There's lots of dungeon layouts, the bosses are cool. Um, so I feel like we've got a pretty complete game when it comes to, building your city and doing the bossing and stuff like that. But we definitely are really lacking in the demo for gear and stuff, which is fine. It's just a demo. It's just supposed to get you involved. But I'm really excited to come up with builds and stuff in this game. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I hope that there's maybe some more variety in some of the bonuses you can get. We haven't seen anything. We've seen like the cape that you get from Prisifax that gives the dash that shoots out like a blade attack. And so that's really cool. I hope they lean in to stuff like that with a lot of different types of weapons. Having like different special attacks and stuff like that. Because that'll go a long way for build diversity and, they're already set up in this sort of survivor style bullet hell combat style. So I really hope that they lean into that and we get some cool shit. But yeah, no, the groundwork in this game is insanely good. I mean, they've done such a good job of getting the game started. And that's good. I mean, because that's going to make modding easier and better. It's going to make them adding things like biomes and stuff like that is going to be easier and better. Just laying really good groundwork like that just makes everything better for everyone. Got to get that algorithm pushing? What do you mean? Get it out there to more people. Oh, yeah. We've actually been doing really well as far as the streams are concerned. My best streams ever have been for this game, at least on YouTube. We averaged 24 concurrent yesterday. Just on YouTube. The Twitch streams haven't been insanely good. They've been pretty average for me. But the YouTube streams have been out of control for this game. It's been great. But yeah, let's make some leathers here. We can go ahead and craft ourselves a hood and a chest. And we're also going to get some sandals so that we can get our maximum. And we should get legendaries here because we have 35 efficiency. Because we got 64 happiness. So boom, there's a legendary chest piece. So the armor is the regular stat. And then bonus 2 energy regeneration. And then slashing, piercing, bludgeoning resistance is what we get from our legendary. And he makes it really quick. Oh, sorry, we've got 23 expertise with 35 efficiency. I actually need to take this person out. Their expertise is not super high. I think I got my people backwards. We did get 3 legendaries, though. 3 for 3. That feels pretty good. No, maybe this is right. Because I'm getting about 200%. So this person would go from 8 to like 24. And this person's right at about 24. So they both must have 8 base. Oh, Minerva here just nuked somebody. I think that's Minerva. But that's nice. Now we've got this all set up here. And we've got our legendary gear. And we can offer some things up. Offer up our bones. Nice. Let's go put some stuff away. Let's turn all of our leather into cured hide. Nice. Go ahead and level that guy up a little bit so I can get even better gear. After I murder this boss. And then we'll go put some stuff away here. Quick drop. Quick drop. Quick drop. Quick drop. Go ahead and fill up our food. Need to cook. Go ahead and put those away. We'll keep the haunch. And how is my HP looking? Need to go ahead and heal up. All right, let's go murder this owl. Should be pretty easy. I mean, we're pretty strong. As far as our gear is concerned. Having legendary leather should really give us an edge. I mean, that's an extra 6% resistance to all melee damage types. which is baller. So all we should need to do is not get hit by that slam attack over and over. Ah. She almost trapped me there. I could probably come and kill this boss with just no gear. Like, literally just walk in as a scholar and go immediately to the boss and kill her. But since we're playing hardcore, we're not gonna do any crazy stupid shit like that. But we'll get all that stuff looted. We'll pick up that chest. That feels good. And now we've got a whole lot more construction to do. The early parts of this game require a lot of construction. So we need to go in here. We need to offer up our eyeball. We'll go ahead. We literally just made that legendary gear. We are immediately going to replace it. But that's fine. We'll put this stuff in here. And then these are... Nope. There we go. Crafting resources. Perfect. And some food. Okay, quest is done. Claim that. Now we got all these other quests. But let's take a look at what we can make here. So, lots of things that I need. I need to make a quarry. I need to make a carpenter. Oh, I can't make a quarry yet. How do I get the quarry? Whatever. We need to make a lumber yard. We need to make material storage. So these are the important things, honestly. Let's look in this quest line here, because one of these will be how I get a lot of the other stuff. I probably need to go ahead and unlock a god real quick so that I can get some more quests, because I want to get my I want to get the quarry. I want to get... Oh, that's right. You unlock the quarry and stuff through these guys. That's right. Okay, yeah, so we need to do a lot of unlocking things. Because I want to get the quarry and I want to get the clay gathering thing. And then I want to make a shitload of resource containers. Because there's some stuff that we need from some of that. So let's take a little look here. Number one, we need a carpenter. And our carpenter needs a material storage. Okay, so number one, we need some material storage. I think I want like 9, like a 3x3, or do we just want like a 2x2? Let's start with a 2x2. And we want 1 bucket. And let's see, do we have any clay anywhere near me? Looks like our only clay, really. We got a little bit over here, and then a bunch over by the owl, which is interesting. So when you're building the resource gathering nodes, um, one of the things that you kind of have to look at is if you put your structure near the node, then it increases the production rate of your resource gathering building. And so I want to find a good place to do some clay. But that might not really be in the cards. Honestly, it would almost be worth it when you're starting a game um, to like cycle through seeds until you find one that just has like a kick-ass clay node, like right next to the base, the starting base, because that's kind of worth its weight in gold. Where are my carts? Did a pot man come and steal my carts? Holy shit, he did. What a little nerd. Freaking pot man. I'm gonna hit everything. Because there's a possibility that one of these pillars could have a secret chest. And the first time you hit secret chest things, it makes a little noise. Jerks. You just need 3 more trees. Get in there. I like this water feature right here. Unfortunately, this diagonal doesn't really help me. So you could make a bunch of really good mills right here, but the diagonal, you can't do that. You need straight up and down or straight across. So you've got like this fantastic water feature that you can't put a mill on, which is too bad. Destroy, destroy. I mean, I guess you could put a few mills on there, but that water feature has the potential to be able to have like all the mills. Let's see. We want to build ourselves another structure. We want our carpenter so we can do bigger buildings. We're going to put this carpenter out here a little ways. So the carpenter does a lot of interesting stuff. And we'll take a look here in just a minute. I think I'm going to need another bucket. But the carpenter can like craft buckets and stuff on their own. And then those things go in your inventory. And so something that's really important about being able to make things in your inventory is you can take them to other servers. So anything that can go in your inventory can be transferred to a different server. Which is pretty insane. And so we're going to be able to make buckets. Bronze carts are that way. Beehives are that way. Honestly, I think there's going to be a potentially really good trading environment for this game. Where people are going to be like trading stuff between their servers. So especially as we get more and more diverse biomes, and as the procedural generation really impacts how our worlds look, I think we're going to end up with some really interesting combinations of structures and stuff. People who just have like all of the clay or whatever are going to be making things for people and trading them. Let's see. So this person has no efficiency. So they definitely don't need to be in here. This is one of those places where efficiency is very valuable. But I do want to go look. Yeah, so we've got buckets. We've got barricades. We've got, well, making wood planks out of wood. So they use your resources out of your resource storage to make all these things. So we can craft chests, we can craft this war table, you know, lots of little decorations to place inside of things. Roads, the roads are really important. Wooden carts, so now you can move these wooden carts around. And then beehives, which are important. So I think I'm going to get this person make me some buckets. Now, there is a small problem, and that is that you can tell it to do lots of things, and then even if it doesn't have the resources, it'll just queue them up. So you got to put all the resources in here. You're going to see it's going to take this. Right? Take it. Take it and make a bucket. Oh, it is making a bucket. Okay. So there must have already been one on here. And now it's just taking that one. So there's lots of stuff you can do with that carpenter when it comes to using up the resources that your people make. Making roads and all that stuff. Roads are going to be really important. And you're going to need a lot of those. So you're going to need a lot of stone from your quarry to do a lot of roads. So carpenters are super important. But then you can just throw resources. Come on. There we go. Stack some of these up in here. And then I actually want to check. So I have the upgrades of these. And I'm kind of interested to see. Increases happiness for citizens. What is a tier 2? Oh, I need bricks. Okay, so I can't level these up because I can't make bricks. I don't think. Well, that makes me sad. Warren, hey, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Just did the game, downloaded the game, sent you an invite to add to your Steam. Okay, sweet. Pending invites. Did you send the invite to the friend code that I put in Discord? Or did you type in my name and find me that way? Because I'm not seeing the invite on this server host character. Type the name. Okay. Yeah, so my name is Survival Hermit. But then, okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Survival Hermito. So, Survival Hermito is. I can't actually invite people on Steam. I just made this Steam account, and Steam actually limits your ability to invite people to be friends. But yeah, there you go. I think I just got you. Perfect. Fantastic. Yeah, the world is still open right now. I don't know if anybody's in there right at this moment. I'm playing on a separate world on a separate character right now, doing like a hardcore playthrough. So if I die, I'm going to delete this character. But the world is open over there. You're welcome to use any resources you want. Just do whatever over there. Just try and be respectful of other people's builds. Don't like destroy or deform other people's cities. You're welcome to found your own city if you want or whatever. It's all available over there. I am in the process of rebuilding the primary town because I didn't really know what I was doing when I first built it, so it was garbage. So I've been rebuilding it a little. So it's not terribly useful, but Fakio's Desert City is really, really good and has a lot of good stuff in it. So, and you can use the altar to teleport. Most of the cities have level 2 altars in them already. So you should be able to just teleport around and check things out over there. It's been really fun to have that permanent city, though. I've really enjoyed it. Oh no! A raid is approaching Dratopolis on the permanent server. Drat, your world's under attack. But okay, so we've got some stuff built here. How do I join the permacity? So if you, we'll go back and I'll show you. So your cities and your characters are completely separate saves in this game. So your characters can actually go to any world. So what you're going to do is you're going to hit join multiplayer, and it's going to bring you to your character list. So if you don't have a character, you have to create a new one, or you can select any character. So this is the hardcore character that I'm currently playing on a totally different world. And then once you do that, it'll give you an option to join a multiplayer session. So the session that your Steam friends are in. So Survival Hermito is the host of that world. And so you just click on Survival Hermito, and it's going to take you right in. There's going to be a little bit of a problem, probably. It tends to not let me in the first 1 or 2 times that I try. But if you just keep clicking it, eventually it should work. Yeah, boom. And so now my hardcore character that you just saw me playing on that other world is right here on this world. And I'm going to go ahead and actually change their spawn point to right there. And then I can just leave. And then I can go back to my single player. And it saves my character. And then I just go back to my single player, go to Survival Hermito, go to my Hermit Hardcore world, and then bammo. So everything that you have equipped and everything that you have in your inventory actually travels with you between worlds. So most of the dungeons and stuff in that permanent or persistent world are sort of played out. Everybody's gone in and like looted most of the stuff. But you can go out, you can make yourself a single player world or something, and then just run around and do dungeons. And then just leave your single player world, go back to that persistent world, and use those buildings to craft high tier gear and all that stuff. So when the game actually launches, especially if they have dedicated server support, we're actually going to do that, where we're going to create a really large world, and we're going to create like the best buildings with the best citizens and stuff like that we possibly can. And we're going to get all kinds of recipes for all sorts of crafting and stuff like that. And then we're going to make this big world. And then that's going to be like our base of operations. Would be cool if not all seeds were equal, so you have to travel between worlds. Yeah, actually, I was just saying that, Guns Akimbo, at the beginning of this stream, is I would love to see some trade between worlds happening, because, different seeds have more or less abundance of different resources and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see that. 100%. And I think that's going to happen whether the devs try and make that happen or not, unless they put really, really strict implementations of their procedural generation, which they do have pretty strict procedural generation for the demo. You always get this road that leads to the desert. You always start in the middle of the map. You always start in this plains area. There's some pretty hard-coded things to the procedural generation now, but that's kind of to be expected for the demo and for testing purposes. So hopefully they loosen that up a little bit, and then some really crazy shit can start to happen. That'd be great. You get a world that's just like all the volcano biome, and so you just have all the coal in the entire world. And you can just do whatever you want with coal, but you can't get any other resource. Like, that'd be super fun. We'll put this away. Let's see. So what do we need to build? We need a blacksmith. We need a forestry. Let's make sure that there's nothing above this here. Yeah, we'll put this just kind of like out on its own here, because we're going to get crazy. Oh, nope. We don't want it there. We want to make sure that the circle doesn't hit the water. Okay. That's good. Because we want to start making some wood here. We're also going to need to get our Logi tent up and running. which makes me think I need to just go kill the Cyclops. Actually, not having the Logi tent is going to make me real sad, if I'm being honest. I hadn't realized that you don't get that until like really late. Sad day. Gotta go get some wood real quick. That should be enough wood. Come back here. Alrighty. Now we will eventually completely surround that like we did here with happiness stuff. But probably not right this moment. Then we're also going to want to come over here. That's probably good. Let's go down a couple more. There we go. So right here, we're going to build our blacksmith. And we should be able to go ahead and put complete happiness around our blacksmith. I didn't think I actually need some more citizens as well. So we're going to need to go out and do some of that. Go find us some peeps. And let's actually, well, let's destroy some of this stuff. But one of the things we can go do is actually go get some people. This road is really useful for stuff like that because it just lets you traverse so much of the world so quickly. And there's a lot of people and stuff that'll spawn like right off this road, and you can just kind of skip a lot of enemies. I'm actually pretty surprised there's not a person in this little building. That's kind of a shock. But there's probably a dungeon in here. So we'll just pop ourselves down in here. Yeah, there's a person, and I think I can probably take these enemies out. Oh, gotta look out for that ranged person. Those are some of the most dangerous. But again, because this isn't one of the dungeons that locks you in, we can always just run away. And there aren't usually too many people in these places. Feels good. What do you got? 9 efficiency, 12 base expertise, 30% experience gain, and 1 food cost. This is an incredible citizen. My goodness. That's a huge base expertise score. That is definitely going to be our blacksmith. That's really exciting. Now, always remember, break these boxes with these white X's on them. They have coal planks and cooked meat, especially super early in the game. That's a great source of healing for you. So you definitely always want to break those boxes with those white X's on them. Some of the pots and some of the other boxes and stuff don't really have a lot of stuff in them, and they're not super valuable necessarily. But these ones with the white X's, high value. Nice. Man, that citizen is so good. I'm so excited about that. These things, for those of you who may not know, if you put a campfire down, they show you where the boss from that biome is. That's what these little embers show. The fire like burns in that direction. And now obviously this one is taking me towards hey, secret chest. This one is taking me towards the owl, who I already killed. But jerk face. Hey, there's another citizen. Give me a good something. 13 efficiency base. So a +4 efficiency there, minus 50% loyalty gain. So kind of a bummer. But 13 base efficiency is solid. We're probably going to put that person in our farm. Maybe we'll put them in our forestry spot. Hang on, I've got a message over on... Never mind. Okay, we're good. Ooh. Look at all that clay. Interesting. I've never actually seen a clay pit that big. And another citizen. Nice. What do we got? 11 efficiency with a -4. That sucks. Well, I don't really want that citizen. Might sacrifice him. This is the lava biome, or the volcano biome. This is sort of a road that leads to the volcano biome. So if you follow it, it would eventually take you there. What's up, Royston? How are you? Okay, nerd. Oh, this is bad. Okay. I guess I've got potions. I don't really want to use a potion, but I think I need to. There we go. We're good. We're good. That was frightening. Looks like we got a little dungeon over here. Might be time to turn around. I kind of want to get some more citizens, though. But being out here at night and contending with these satyrs, while I have to also contend with the undead, is a frightening proposition. Let's get ourselves some more food here, hopefully. Nope. Oh, do they have a spawner? They do have a spawner over there. Okay. Let's eat ourselves up here. And then we'll go deal with this spawner. These little guys aren't too much of a problem. They can put out some damage, though. But we can kind of hit their building and them at the same time, if we're careful about it. Nice. Hey, secret chest. Boom. Nice. Ooh, crit chance. We're definitely using that. I love me some crit chance. Let's get in here. Grotto of the Restless. So I've actually seen some different layouts of the Grotto of the Restless now. It was always the same on the Persistent world because we started the Persistent world before any of the updates came out. But after the update came out, I've started to see some different layouts for this. Unfortunately, those layouts are not on the Persistent world, but that's okay. Nice. Also, some of these are not destroyable. Some of these spawners, which is interesting. Let's see, what do we got here? We've got efficiency plus expertise and gluttonous. Nice. That's a really good one. 10 efficiency, 12 expertise, and bonus 5% XP gain. That's real good. I'm starting to learn a lot more about my citizens, and that's actually been really fun. I'm a pretty big fan of management systems in games, so I'm very happy about, ooh, Venus's perfume and some other goodies in there. Nice. Hopefully, we get to a point where we can build some bridges like this. like across the water and stuff would be fun. All right, out we go. That was a good one. That was a real good one. There's quite a bit of clay on this map. I haven't seen so many or so large of clay deposits probably ever. Do we want to go down in here? It's just a quick little prison. Nice. Hey, some good stuff in there. Now, it does seem like the further you get away from the center of the map, the better things can be. The stronger the enemies, the more often you run into like these special versions of enemies and stuff like that. But also the chests tend to have a little more stuff in them. Ooh, another crit chance. We might go ahead with that, honestly. And loot all of that. That's just a rusty again, so no benefit to me there. But that's fine. I think we might go ahead and head back. I think I found enough citizens for now. We've got a good blacksmith. We've actually got a couple of decent crafters. So that's nice. We'll put one in the carpenter and we'll put one in the blacksmith. And then we've got... Ooh, so this darker colored one is way stronger than that lighter colored one. Takes way more hits. Those skeletons are actually pretty scary. I could probably get killed pretty easy there. So we're just going to bail. We're going to get back to town here. And we've got a good farmer or a good lumberjack or whatever. And then we've got a good carpenter and a good blacksmith. So we'll be sitting pretty good here. I am pretty happy with the way this server's turning out. This is one of the things I've said before, and I'm going to say it again. I would love to see a way to turn citizens into items so that you could move them from one server to another. Because I'd love to be able to bring really good citizens back to the persistent server and, you know, go out exploring new servers, looking for them. I feel like that'd be really good. This person sucks, so we don't want them anywhere. This is the person with the really good XP. We're going to put them... Okay, that's going to be our blacksmith. This person has, 17 base efficiency. Okay, this person is definitely our logger. Because they'll just be pumping out logs like it's nobody business. This person is getting bonuses. Okay, because they were close to this over here. So they were getting some bonuses. So this person has base 10. I think this person's going to be our carpenter. Yeah. And then this person right here will be our blacksmith. Like all that. Good deal, good deal. So let's make our blacksmith station here. We need one more rock. A couple more of these. couple clays. Man, this game is good. Just this cart mechanic is awesome. I love carting my resources around. Warren, thanks for the follow over on the Twitch. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Lost so many buckets of clay before realizing you can't throw them. Yeah, that's why I try to always cart them, because then I can just leave them in the cart when I go over the city or the place. Gotta go back to work. We'll play again when I'm free. Yeah, absolutely. I leave that world up 24/7, Warren. So even when I'm sleeping, you can access that world. So whatever's clever. We actually have almost all of the gear sets completed over there. I think we need one Mirage piece, one Mirage recipe, and one one of the throwing pieces as well. And then we've got all three of the sets. At least all three of the sets I'm aware of. We have all of the pieces for. Which is cool. I love the recipes and stuff in this game. It's so exciting to be getting those. Because they hint at a future where we're gonna have access to some really cool stuff. And where our builds are going to be extremely dynamic. It's just really exciting to see that stuff exist in the early version of the game. Let's put that in there. Let's go to the altar. Let's do some offering. How many gods have you unlocked? I think these are all of the ones that are available. Royston, hey, thanks a lot for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. So I have only unlocked these two on this playthrough. On the other playthrough, we have all of the gods. But bones are actually a great way, apparently. You only get 0.1 worship per bone for each god. But I mean, I've got hundreds of bones on one of the other servers. So we could easily get quite a bit of worship all the way around. But they all require different stuff, right? So there's the melee god who takes the melee gear. This guy's going to take all these golden scales and stuff. Lots of undiscovered things in there. Ooh, nice. Cheaper prices, don't really care. Brighter torches, don't really care. Let's unlock the bakery. Sure. Now I think probably these won't be all the gods. And And I think maybe even you'll be limited to how many gods you can have on a server. I'm not 100% sure that that's accurate, but I hope it is. All right. You can offer wheat and small meat to Ceres. Yeah, so Ceres takes all the foodstuffs. One of the ones that I really like to offer to Ceres, um, she takes these potions and she gets tons of worship from these basic potions, or even just the cooked meat cuts. She gets quite a bit of worship from. So she's really easy to level up. I love Ceres because she's a great source of worship points. So you can use the worship points you get from any god on any god's talent tree. So Ceres is a really great source of just getting a lot of worship points and then not necessarily having to work super hard towards unlocking some of these other gods, right? You only have to get them as high of a level as you need to unlock certain tiers of their talent trees. So she's really valuable. And she's got some of the really good structures. The farmstead's super important. Potions, didn't try that before. Yeah, I mean, try everything, right? This is just the demo. So your world isn't even probably going to still exist when the full game launches. So none of your resources here matter, right? So just throw some stuff in there. But the first time, so you always get undiscovered the first time. And then after that, if you put the same thing in there, it tells you how much value you get. So real good to put that stuff in there and just kind of take a look, see what you can get. Now that we have our blacksmith, I guess I need to make our blacksmith happy, but that's gonna suck. Offered wool before, one of the gods seems to like it. I wonder which one that is. Where is... I got some copper. There it is. And we're going to need some sticks. And then let's go put away some stuff in the leather here. I tend to keep a lot of the resources that I need for my different workers. Because... Whoops. I want to use it to level them up and stuff like that. So I don't like to get rid of my wool. Let's see. Scroll of the Novice. We need copper nails for a bunch of these. We need Scroll of the Novice here. And we're high enough level. So let's actually go ahead and take my Scroll of the Novice off. Put it in there. And let's make our wool-bound scroll. So we can level up there. That feels good. Is there a way to get better gear besides copper? Yeah, there's bronze. So there's a bunch of ways, actually, Royston. So you'll see here, I've got this feathered boot. This is the gear that you get from that first boss. They've got a full set. You've got your copper gear. When you get into the desert, you'll be able to get tin, which you can melt together with here at the blacksmith. You put it together with your copper, and you can make bronze. And then there's a full set of bronze gear. And then there are also sets of gear that you can use bronze gear to make. There's a set of throwing gear that you have to find recipes in dungeons to unlock. And then you also have the tectonic gear that you get access to after you defeat the Cyclops. So there's lots of tiers of gear. There's also a tier of gear for iron, but you can't actually smelt iron in the demo. So your bronze gear is kind of your peak outside of some of those special instance gears that you can get. Let's see. Let's make some copper daggers. We're just going to make some... Oh, gotta fuel it. That's right. The monsters in the desert are tough. Absolutely. So the best way to make that easier to deal with, Royston, is to increase the happiness of your blacksmith so that you can get legendary copper gear. So if you look here, the reason that my leather worker looks all crazy is each of these little decorations increases my leather worker's happiness. So then if we go look at my leather worker's stats, we're getting plus 193% to my expertise. So because my expertise is so high, I make higher quality leather gear. So if you look at my equipment, I have legendary leather armor. And so I'm getting the regular leather armor only gives you +3 to armor, but I'm getting an additional +2 to energy regeneration and +2 to resistances for all the melee types from my leather. So if you bump up the happiness really high on your citizens, then you'll get really good versions of your gear. And so you could do that with the blacksmith. You could do that here, whatever, so that you get really good gear. You can also do that. So if you look over here, I've got my woodmaker, and I'm going to do the same thing to this person. So they have a really high efficiency, and happiness also affects efficiency in the same way. And efficiency is how quickly your characters make stuff. So I'm going to put a bunch of happiness stuff around this woodcutter as well. And then they're just going to pump out logs super duper quick. So it's not really what I thought when I first started playing was I built like a bunch of woodcutters and had a bunch of them. But just having one that has extremely high efficiency can just be better. And then you don't have to worry about having a ton of them. Let's see. Increased damage, lowered attack speed, lower range, and higher crit. I think I can be okay with that. And so I'll show you real quick when you're crafting or when you're building to get the efficiency. So you need to destroy a horizontal bush and a vertical bush. You start with these small bush decorations, and you can see they give 0.3% happiness. Yeah, I didn't know very much. Actually, another viewer who's playing on the persistent world, Facchio, is the person who explained to me about the happiness and stuff a couple of days ago. But if you look on here, when I put down one small bush, it adds 0.3 to the happiness. But if I get this two-size bush, this vertical bush, it gives +1 to happiness. And then my horizontal bush also takes up 2 and does that +1 as well. So these two bush types are extremely important because you can get 33% more happiness by adding these over the small bush. And so you'll see there's a circle here, and any building that circle reaches halfway into gets the bonus +1 happiness. So you're going to build a bunch of these, right? And then you're going to come out here and you're going to say, okay, I can build another row. And then you're going to build yourself another row. And then you're going to come out here. Okay, now you see it's not highlighting. So the highlight on the blacksmith went away. So this spot right here, I can't get the happiness. But if I move it down just one, okay, now we've got our happiness again. And so we get 3 more, and then when we try and come down here, it doesn't work. So then we'll go back up here. Doesn't work, doesn't work, doesn't work. Okay, so that's all the happiness we can get on that one. And then we'll take our horizontal, and we'll go here. Now we do have to leave at least one space because we have to be able to get in. So we're going to go all the way over to here, and then we'll probably leave this space. No, we'll leave it on the way down. Yeah. Okay. And then we can go here, 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 here. And that one can't get it. And then we can go boom, 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 boom. That one can't get it. And then we go back to the vertical. And we're going to leave that space right there, so we're not going to put this one. And then we'll go boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we'll do that one there. And so you'll have to come in that way. And then 1, 2, 3, and that should be it. And then we'll go across the top here. We want to go here. And then it looks like we can do that. That's weird. I'm surprised that, like, oh, this one, nope. I'm surprised there's nothing out here that hits. So there must be something on this side. There is. Cool. And so the way this works is the smaller the footprint of the building, the ultimately more happiness you can add to the building, because as the width and height of this building's footprint increases, that center point becomes harder to reach with these circles. So you'll see here, this structure is longer. And so I don't get to go nearly as far out, right? I get 2 rows. And then on the 3rd row, I can't get back to the center at all. And so I'm going to be able to put less happiness on this particular building than I would on any of the other buildings. It takes a lot to level these things up. Because you've got to go in and construct every single one of them. So it's pretty obnoxious. But thankfully, you only really have to do it the one time. And then you're pretty much good to go. My buildings are so close to one another, but I think I can squeeze some bushes in between them. It will give happiness to each of the buildings, though. Yeah, that's great. Sharing happiness isn't terrible. I also don't think you need maximum happiness. I'm just going a little crazy with it just to see. But that person, Faccio, only had one layer around their blacksmith, just one layer of decorations, and they were getting legendaries from their blacksmith pretty consistently. It wasn't every single craft, but I think if you can get yourself up to about 70 to 100% increase on your expertise, and you start with good expertise, right? You want to start with, somewhere between 10 and 14 expertise. Then you can get yourself up pretty close to 20, and then you'll be good to go, I think. At least at this tier. That might change when the full launch happens. You might need more expertise at higher tiers. But where we're at right now, you should be good to go with at least one layer. Gotta hop off. Love the vids and streams. Keep my eyes open for more. Excellent. Thank you a lot, Guns Akimbo. Have a great day. And thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Really appreciate it. How can you join the server? All you got to do is friend my Survival Hermito account. Which is, let's see, Survival Hermito. So that's how it's spelled right there. But if you friend that Steam account, then you can access that persistent server. And just let me know when you do, and I'll go ahead and accept the friend request, and then you'll be good to go. There's a bunch of stuff already built over there. A lot of the dungeons have already been defeated. So it's mostly going to be a good place to like build a city and like come back to craft your gear and stuff. It's not necessarily going to be a great place to go and like run dungeons and stuff though, because a lot of them have already been done. But your server or your character can cross between servers and take their entire inventory and all of their equipped gear with them. So you can use the persistent server as sort of a base and then make new servers to go do stuff. And then raids happen quite a bit on the persistent server because we have so many cities over there. So you can just kind of teleport around doing raids quite a bit over there if you want, which is fun. Raids are cool. All I ask, use all the resources and stuff you want over there. Okay, yeah, I just accepted it. You're Lee Young. But yeah, so use any resources and stuff you want to that are over there, especially in the town that you spawn into. That's my town, so do whatever you want. But just try and be respectful of other people's builds and cities, and try not to be like destroying and deforming things that other people have created. You're welcome to found. I mean, the space is huge, so there's more than enough room to go found your own city or whatever. So just have a ball. I think we've had, I don't know, 15 plus unique people have played on that server. And pretty consistently, like 7 or 8 people get on there pretty much daily just to dink around a little bit and do some stuff. So it's pretty hopping, pretty active. If you want to do any boss fights or anything like that, you could probably get somebody who wants to go do that with you. If you want to like farm up some boss gear. But it's been really cool to have. Oh snap. Somebody just moved a bunch of citizens around. Cool. Everybody in Old Piltover has been dying. Is it worth it to replant the apple and olive trees? With the trees replenish their fruits after we pick them? No, the trees do not replenish their fruits after you pick them. And so the olive seeds that you get from the olive trees, you can give those to your farmer and they'll plant on that server that you just joined. There's a farmer that is just gathering olives. Well, there was. He died. He's not there anymore. But I have an entire olive plantation. And so you can do the same thing with apples, but you actually have to do it in the forest because you can't plant apples in the plains or the desert biome. So you have to create a farm in the forest to do that, which is interesting. Although it's possible that on that server you can't get the apple saplings because that server was created before the update changed that. It might work. I don't remember. Bunny rabbit. I will hug him and squeeze him. Alright, let's see how that worked. Now I'm going to enter the server while watching your live. Nice. I am currently not actually playing on that server. I'm playing on a different world because I am doing a hardcore run. So if I die, I'm going to delete this character. But when I inevitably die, I'll go get on my other character and jump in there. Making olive oil is actually fairly complicated. You have to create olive paste. So you get a grinder, either a hand grinder or a water wheel. Yeah, you can put a manual mill or a water mill, and then you bring olives to the mill, and it grinds those olives into paste. And then you get an olive dulum, and you put olives or olive paste and empty pots, like empty glass pots, into the dulum, and then the dulum makes olive oil. Got another precise. Let's make another one. I want to get better than precise. This person's got 17 expertise. Surely I can get like a masterwork or something. I don't like this lower attack speed. Reaching minus melee, but plus attack range. That's interesting. Is there any way to communicate with members on the server like a chat in Minecraft? Yeah. If you press enter, it brings up a chat. And you could say, hello world. And that's server wide, no matter if anybody. That character, not Almanzar, but the other one, Albus, is my character that runs that server. Sorry, just helping some people keep their folks from dying. Oh, nice. There we go. A masterwork. So plus damage, plus crit chance. Absolutely. That's what I want. And then we'll take these two out. We'll go give these to the gods. I have an offering. Can I do that? Let's do that. Dope. And then we'll put away some stuff. We'll take some of this stuff out. Go put it where it's supposed to go. Whoops. Right here. Boop, boop, boop. What do you got? What can I make over here? Ooh, bronze arrows. A cauldron if I get some more copper. Cool, cool. And let's deposit some of them. And let's go cook some of this meat. So we can feed our peeps. Oop. Need to offer up this rusted copper garbage. Okay. Let's go see about killing this bird again. Because I want its full gear set. So we're going to have to murder it quite a few times. Daggers are actually super good against this boss because you can kind of move while you attack, and so you can avoid a lot of stuff, and the damage output is super high. Ooh. We'll get an eat here. I keep letting it get me with that lightning bolt from the sky. Like a nerd. Boom. Hey, got ourselves a hood. Nice. And we should have enough copper now to make a cauldron. So we want that cauldron so that we can resummon that boss over and over and over again with effigies. So let's get ourselves a cauldron here. Hey, what's up, Raider? How is life, the universe, and everything? Holy crap. Have we actually been playing for 3 hours already today? That's fucking crazy. I'll be right back. While this is in the maker here, I gotta cook. Or not cook. Take a leak. Also, I'm probably gonna get some food. Tired and sore from PT. Are you in the military? Oh, physical therapy, not physical training. Got it. What are the differences between Farmstead and Farmstead 2? The output? Yeah, I'm not really sure about that either, if I'm being perfectly honest, Royston. Not totally sure. I'm gonna throw this food down my face real quick, though. Is he shooting fireballs? Julius is actually the first person who ever joined me on that world. Yeah, we've got some pretty good spells over there. I like them. The magic, because it's an offhand, I think that was a great idea to make magic an offhand weapon, because it gives them a lot of ability to create some really unique magic effects. And I think that's going to end up being super fun. There should be a bunch, Raider, those, I forget, it's like volcanic skill or spell or something. But there should be multiple copies in that main city because I find a bunch of them and I just leave them there. But that and the assassination spell are pretty common to get in the dungeons in the desert. So if they're not around, go to the desert and look for some dungeons. You'll probably have to make a new world to go to the desert dungeons because I've pretty much beat all of them. But pretty easy to get a couple of those copies of those spells. Nothing in this game right now really takes all that much of a grind. I imagine that won't stay true when the full game launches, but oh yeah, that was tasty. Alrighty. I think it might be time to cheat. I think what we're going to do is we're going to kill this bird a bunch of times. But we're not going to do it the right way. Instead, we're going to cheat. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to build over here. So I actually guess I need another building structure. But you can build defenses pretty much anywhere in this game. So we're going to do that. We're going to be cheater, pumpkin eaters. And we're going to farm this dude. Oh, right. Oh, fuck. Accidentally switched my gear. My crossbow can one-shot kill zombies in your server. Nice. Resnusha, are there bosses in the game besides the owl? Yes. There is a Cyclops that has 5 combat phases. And there is the Satyr boss. Hey, what's up, Canuck? It might be because of the blessings, Royston. But yeah, there's the Satyr and the Cyclops. There are a couple of bosses, at least in the volcano biome, that we can't access right now. When it comes to the bosses and stuff in this game, I think if you're familiar with Terraria at all, where there are like lots of bosses and all the different biomes, some of them are sort of storyline bosses, and some of them are just kind of extraneous, random side quest bosses. But I think the game is going to lean pretty heavily on having lots of bosses, and those bosses, you know, having special mechanics and special gear and different stuff like that. So I don't think you're ever going to want for more bosses when it comes to this game. It seems like I can bring my items from my world into your server. Yes, you can. Anything that you can put in your inventory can move servers with you, which is awesome because your character save and your world save are separate. If you're having trouble finding the bosses, the storyline bosses have a little trick. Let's see if I can find one of these statues. Hang on. Not up here. Well, maybe you'll be familiar with it anyway. Are you familiar with those statues that want you to put fire down in front of them? You find them around the plains. Find only Owl and Medusa. Medusa is actually not a boss. Medusa is an enemy type. You can find more than one of them. She appears in a couple of different dungeons. Do I need to light up all the statues in my worlds? No. So the reason the statues exist is because as you light them up, they point you in the direction of the bosses. So you might need to light up a couple to help you triangulate. But it's a triangulation system, not a light up all of them and it tells you where the boss is. So these statues right here, they always tell you they've got an image of a fire. And yeah, the Cyclops and the Satyr are both in the desert. Both of the next two bosses will be in the desert. But you'll see statues like this one in the desert, and they will be for the Cyclops. And so all you do is you leave a campfire in front of it, and then, yeah, the flame spawns here, and these little particles that shoot off go in the direction of the boss. And so you can just follow that to get you to the Cyclops. Now, Prize of Facts, the Satyr boss, I don't believe has statues. You just have to find the big Satyr stronghold. And that Prize of Facts is down inside the dungeon in the big Satyr stronghold. But the Cyclops you can find that way. And that's how you progress the quest line. But now it's cheating time. So let's get a little wood. And we're going to come right over here. We're going to go in our inventory. We're going to drop down our little crafter thing. And we're going to go to our defenses. Oh, do I not have ballistas? How do I get access to ballistas? Well, maybe we'll have to put down a catapult. That'll be fine. I'm sure the boss will attack the catapult just like it does the ballistas. Alright, so we put that down. And then we're going to make some more defenses. And we're going to surround this entire thing here with fire pits. No, give me back my rock. Okay, or not. What do you get from sacrificing villagers? You get favor with the gods. The higher level the villager is, the more favor it gets with a specific god. So different profession levels give favor with different gods. Like farming gives favor with Ceres, and then blacksmithing gives favor with somebody else. So if you have citizens that you want to sacrifice, it might be better to level them up first. Especially the farming ones are really easy to level up because you can get gardening gloves that when you give them to your citizen as a gift, it gives them +1 farming level. So you can level up those farming citizens pretty high, pretty easy. So as part of the demo, there isn't a lot of equipment that does stuff like that, but inevitably, things like that will keep getting added to the game. Okay, let's take our carts away because we don't want them to get destroyed. And then we'll also put our cauldron down. So the cauldron allows us to make these effigies. And the effigies allow us to respawn the boss. So now, we should be able to spawn this boss a bunch of times. But all we're going to do here is we're just going to run away. And the boss will get triggered on... Oh, it destroyed it. But I don't actually have to kill this boss. And it doesn't destroy these, right? These things don't take damage. So if you can just get it to come stand. And this is where a ballista comes in really handy, because the boss will target the ballista and just stand there. But a super duper easy way to kill this boss over and over. And then we use up our effigy, and you'll see the egg pops back in. I might actually just come to the center here. Maybe if I just stand in here. Maybe not. I am trying to die. What is the profession of this character? Is a scholar. So the profession of your character doesn't really matter. What can you craft with the Guardian's Talon? There's a sword that you can craft. I don't know what else needs the Guardian's Talon. You would just have to go look in the blacksmith and the leather worker, because that's where all your crafting for gear and stuff is capable right now. But yeah, there's a bow, there's a spell book or a spell scroll, there's a sword, there's arrows. You can make lightning arrows with the feathers. There's a bunch of that stuff. Use a bow. Yeah, so normally, I definitely think bows are the way to go with killing this boss early. Mostly because your right click is a shotgun. Yes, your coal traps will hurt you. It doesn't hurt a ton, but they do hurt you. But the shotgun effect of the bow, I think, is really good. I'm specifically trying to play like a Spellblade rogue right now. So I'm using spells. That little shit. But the amount of damage that I can output with these traps is honestly kind of ridiculous. And as soon as I can put ballistas in here, then it's game over. But I have the complete gear set now, so that was pretty easy. So now I've got all of my super cool feathered equipment. So I've got a lot of extra HP now. Yeah, have at it. You can make whatever kind of base you want. Whatever's gonna make you happy makes me happy. Is this the demo? Yeah, what's up, Zeno? This is the demo. Also, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Hey, Saganist, what's up, dude? How you been? Unfortunately, the game is not on full launch, Zeno. They said they're going to be trying to at least get into early access this year, but we're not there yet. Although I would purchase this game in early access in the state that it's in right now, I think, because I really like it. Especially because they already have quite a few things that are like done that just aren't in the demo. Like leveling up bakeries and farmsteads and stuff some more. So there's obviously quite a bit more content that is available already that we just don't have access to. But all of their core systems work super duper well. There's not really a lot of... So something that happens a lot of times, motherfucker, is things are really broken. And so like core systems will be broken and then people will go into early access. And then, you know, you just get a bad taste in your mouth and everything starts to feel shitty. But all the core systems in this game work crazy good. So I don't have that problem. What should I do with 450 bones? Offer the bones to the gods. That'll give you 45 favor with every god. A bone gives you 0.1 favor with every single god. And that's pretty much all they're good for. Let's see. There's my consumables. Let's put my roast in there. And then let's put this in the food. Let's take the leather over to the leather worker. Okay, feel good. You know what I bet I have is a lot of favors. Oh, I only have one favor. Gross. Well, let's get some melee attack power. Fuck yeah. Okay. What should be on the agenda? I need to start working towards bronze, I think. Because I've got my feathered gear. How to remove the chests I've placed in town. If you press R, you get this repair break furniture on off. If you turn it on and then you attack your chests, they like pop back out so you can pick them up and replace them. And then if you just make sure you turn it off, because you can break your carts that way as well. So you got to turn it off when you're done. So turn it off like a light switch. I think we're gonna go find some dungeons and stuff. Having all this feather gear is probably gonna get me killed, because I'm gonna start feeling too big for my britches. And then I'm gonna get murked. Did you hear that sound? That twong? That means there's a hidden chest in here. When I hit this wall, it made that sound. And then once you open it up, bammo. Hidden chest. Unlock the water mill at the altar by offering to the god Ceres. I don't really have a lot of need for a water mill right now. Get dumpstered. The darker zombies are tough to kill. Yeah, it seems like the darker things in general are more difficult. Because the same thing is true of the skeletons. There's like light-colored and dark-colored skeletons. And the dark-colored skeletons take way more hits. Subterranean lake. I've actually never been in here before. That's cool. I don't think this exists on the permanent server, because I think it was put out after. Ooh. Nice, just a pile of coal. That's cool. They're adding cool little things to this game so quickly. And it's because they have a really good structure for how they're making stuff. Let's see. Gonna need to open that somehow. Oh, okay. Eventually we'll get over here. And we'll touch that thing in the top corner. Okay, we got some splodies. I'm gonna get impatient and try and go through there. I've never seen that particular trap before. Daggers are super good because you get to like walk away as you fight them. And so you can really avoid a lot of damage. Hey, mining skill increase. Nice. +1 favor. Booyah. Oh, gotta get through here quick. Alright, we got ballistas, okay. That went better than expected. Ooh, what's that little structure? Get wrecked. I don't know. Can't destroy it though. All right, let's talk to this dude. 10 efficiency, 9 expertise. That's pretty good. -3 happiness kind of sucks, but it already has a plus 5% base XP gain with another 30% increase. Is there any way to use the poison mushroom, or I just throw it in the lake? Yeah, no, you can use the poison mushroom to make anti-poison potions in the cauldron. And then also you can use them. You need poison glands and poison mushrooms to make major poison, which you then use to make poison arrows as well. And the different types of arrows can go in the ballista. So you could put like poison arrows in your ballistas, or you could put lightning arrows in your ballistas, or fire or explosive or whatever in your ballistas to defend your base. All right. I am definitely feeling strong. Daggers are way stronger than I gave them credit for on my first playthrough. This moving is super powerful. I keep getting rusted in your world. I have a question. Can you change the town core after placing? That is a good question, and I don't know. I know you can destroy the town core, so I don't know if making a new one will attach the new town core to the existing town, or exactly how that will work. I have never tried it. I will make sure to try it at some point, though. Not on this world and not on my persistent world, because I don't want to brick one of my cities. But I'll make a world, and we'll test that out and see what happens. Ooh, like a grove of apple trees and a hidden chest. Nice. Get some coal. Yeah, crit strikes with daggers. OP. Yeah, no, that'll be really interesting to look into, Xeno. Holy shit. There's fish in there. Are they like in the process of adding fishing? I've never seen fish in a pond before. Dude, I want fishing so bad. If they put... Oh, no, never mind. I saw that rat, and I thought it was a wolf, but I thought it was, like, darker furred. And I'd never seen, like, a more difficult, darker wolf before. And I was super excited. But it was just a rat. So the reason I'm not just like going balls out into the desert here, even though I've pretty much done everything I need to be able to start heading out there, is I need to level up my skills, specifically my attack skills, so I can do a little more damage and stuff out there. And so I just kind of have no choice but to spend some time just killing stuff, doing things, clearing dungeons, different stuff like that. I'd like to get to about 20 or 30, maybe 25 in my combat stats before I go get murdered in the desert. Booyah. Do you like apples? I got a number. How do you like them apples? No, Royston, I don't think there are killer frogs. But you can get really, really huge rats during some of the raids. We've seen rats as big as the buildings before in the raids, which is hilarious. And I wouldn't rule out killer frogs. There's nothing saying that won't get added. I mean, who doesn't want to get attacked by like a 10-foot frog? Alright, let's go get this key up here so we can get out. Vámonos, muchachos. We're just about full up in our inventory. So we'll go through this dungeon right here. And then we'll get back to town, deposit some stuff. I'm a hoarder. I like to keep all the things that I find, even if they're not terribly valuable. Especially because the aesthetic in this game is so JRPG-like. It really brings me back to playing old school JRPGs on my SNES.
Huh?
And, you know, back in those games, everything was extremely finite as far as like potions and resources. And so you ended up saving them a lot. Let's throw that away. Let's get that coal, even though it's only one. And then we'll throw those away. We'll pick that up. We're going to offer that to a god. Because we can. Let's just get ourselves back to town here real quick. Whoops. Oh. Hidden chest. I literally walked right past that because I was so busy looking at the fishes earlier. What a nerd. That bear is scary. Ooh, person.
Oh.
Hello, citizen. Ooh. Nice.
Huh?
Up to 19 mining. Dope. All right. Let's go put some stuff away. We'll drop the bay leaves in there. We want that there. Come right over here to the offerings. Offer up some pickaxes. Offer up a bunch of this stuff that I just don't need. That's a good one. All right, offer all that stuff. We're getting pretty close to unlocking most of the rest of the gods. Forgot about that. Let's do that. Ooh, we're getting real close. Look at that. That's great. Ooh, forgot to offer up this thing. Put away some food. And then put away all this stuff. Ooh, wrong spot. Let's see, we're level 3 now. That's nice. In level 3, we can make the feathered bow and the feathered scroll. I actually think I want to make this feathered scroll. So we need our scroll plus a feather. We got plenty of leather. So let's get one of these. Got to go. Keep on creating Romestead content. Yeah, I'm going to play this game until they stop letting me, Royston. I'm going to play it till the brakes fall off. And thanks for stopping by and hanging out today. I hope you have a great day, and I hope to see you again. Boop. Boop. Bammo, look at that. Now we got some bird magic. La. La. Birdman. All right. Well, I'm feeling so strong. And I've got so many potions that it might be time to go see about doing some desert things. We might just need to go ahead. We need to be a little careful. I'd prefer to go, well, before we get stupid here, let's use just one brain cell. Let's get our cauldron out, and let's see if we have what we need to make antidotes. So we need some poison mushrooms, some empty pots. So in order to get the empty pots, we need to get the merchant building real quick. So let's go in here. I believe it's this guy. Nope. Offer denarius at the altar. How many denarius? One denarius? There we go. And now we can build a market. We'll build this down. We'd still want to make... Oh, no, we can't do anything to improve our markets. So we'll put this, like, right up here. Dope. What do we need? 2 clay, 6 stone, 8 wood. Let's go get... Where's our freaking... Did a pot man come and walk off with our fucking things again? Those pot men, dude, just be ruining my life. Oh, nope, there's my cards. Never mind. We need 8 wood, 6 stone. Okay. Well, let's go this way. We're gonna go get our clay, and then we'll get our wood, and then we'll get our stone. Another wood cutting level. Nice. Get out of here, you stupid zombie. Yeah, if you don't bring anti-poison with you into the desert when you first go in there, then you're just asking to die. And the desert will oblige. You are going to get poisoned. It is going to kill you. Bring antidotes. Because antidotes give you 5 minutes of not being able to be poisoned. And that's kind of the important thing. It's not being able to cure the poison after you get it. Being able to spend 5 minutes not even getting poisoned is the big deal. Boop. I love that no matter what direction you're moving, where your cursor is looking is where you throw. This is especially important for throwing as a combat style, but the fact that they went ahead and just incorporated that all the way around is a really big deal. Let's get ourselves a person in the merchant here. Oh my goodness, I have so many people. I can just use a shitty person. Like this person can go in there. And then I'm gonna buy... No. I'm gonna buy a bunch of pots. If you just click and hold, you can buy a bunch of pots. You don't have to click every time. And then we just need our strange crab meats and our poison mushrooms. Nice. And this will give us a couple of minutes. Probably I'm going to want to get some more poison mushrooms. Poison mushrooms are a little bit of a pain in the ass to come by. If I had the swamp biome, then I could go and grow them with the mycelium in a farm. But I don't, so that's fine. Hey, what's up, Eric? Dad. That's, I ain't nobody's daddy. Not now, not ever. Of all the terrible things that could befall a person, having the misfortune of being my kid would be probably the worst. Like, just straight up, the most terrible thing that could happen to you would be to be my child. Nobody should be genetically predisposed to being this much of a neurotic mess. You sound so calm and understanding. I am not either of those things, in fact. Now that I'm a little older, I've gotten really good at faking it. But I am an emotionally unstable psychopath. But that's okay. I like it. It makes me happy. We'll put those in there too. Hey, what's up, Night Studios? How are you? All right. I think it's time to head for the desert. I think we're going to put these bad boys right here. Therapy session, buddy. Nice. Should I probably seek therapy? Absolutely. Am I going to? Probably not. Got my first raid yesterday. The walls did really help. Some zombies did spawn inside the walls. Oh, that's interesting. There's supposed to be a radius where structures keep things from being able to spawn. So it's strange to me that you had them spawning inside your wall. Did you, like, make your wall really far outside of your regular structures to, like, leave yourself room to expand? Because I don't think the walls count. Ooh. There's a lot of space within the walls. Yeah, that's probably what's up. Got him. You'll go if I go? Well, it looks like you're never going then. We'll just be messed up psychopaths together. But if I stand near the walls on the inside, they don't really spawn behind me, just outside. Okay. Yeah, I don't really understand too terribly much about the way the system works for like how it decides where to spawn enemies and stuff like that. That's going to take quite a bit more exploration. Yeah, this is not RuneScape, Night Studios. This is called Romestead. It is a demo for an upcoming survival crafting ARPG bullet hell city management game. And it's fucking awesome. Like, at least top 3 all-time video games I've ever played in my entire life. And it's just a demo. When the full version of this game launches, It's going to be so good. It's like Terraria and Minecraft and all kinds of other shit all wrapped into one. Yeah, we've got a public server running right now, Night Studio. So I have another Steam account that is running a public server for us right now. So you're welcome to friend that account if you want to come and hang out with us. I'm not on that server right now. I'm doing a hardcore run. So I'm off on a solo world. But there's like 15 people that hop in the public server. We've got, I don't know, 7 or 8 cities that people have built. We've got most of the recipes for the different gear sets and stuff. So we can make bunches of different types of gear. But it's phenomenal. There's raids on your settlements. There's dungeons. There's crazy, crazy bosses. Lots of different gear. Lots of different weapon types. All kinds of stuff. You can buy fish at the market, and there's a grappling hook you can buy. I wonder if you can fish. You can buy fish at the market. The grappling hook is to pick up things like this rock. So if you get the grappling hook, you can throw it out with your right click, and you'll grab the rock and pull it back to you. It's free right now, the demo version. So there's no cash shop or anything. But the game isn't a live service game in that there's no official servers. It's like a hosted session game. And so the way I'm making a persistent server is I'm just leaving an account logged in 24/7. And it's just keeping the server open. So there's no dev controlled hardware for the servers and stuff. It's all going to be player controlled. So I don't think that there's going to be like a cash shop and stuff like that. At least there's been no mention of it. I think it's just going to be like a box price, and then you're going to go. It's very Minecraft, Terraria. It's pretty much set up exactly like those games. Different biomes, building structures, crafting gear, killing bosses, mining ores, and stuff like that. This is a cool little water feature. They've done something to some of the procedural generation in the most recent updates. Because they've had like 3 or 4 updates since the game launched. But I'm seeing a lot of different types of features that I haven't seen before that seem to have been added, which is super cool. Why am I lagging all of a sudden? I don't need to be lagging over here with the desert satyrs. These dudes are mean. Take a lot to kill too, goodness. Okay, well, we made it through that first little wave. That'll be all right. God, these things are so hard. Okay, we can do this. We just need to run in there and go kill this ballista before it murders me. There we go. Now we kill this thing before these people murder me. Oh, I can't believe that ballista back there isn't kicking my ass right now. Ooh, I got lucky. Because I was not paying attention. I backed myself into this corner. Okay. We're going to use these bombs. Actually, hang on. Booyah. This game really, really supports creative thinking when it comes to solving problems. If you think a little bit outside the box, the game really rewards that. The layout of this satyr encampment is also different than I normally see, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, I love that the enemies will just run off the cliff. That's hilarious. I'll just stand right here. Oh, now that I've opened up a spot, they're smart enough that they'll come around. Okay, we've got to go kill this ballista. Nice, and then we kill these nerds. Oh, another ballista, fuck. These daggers are not doing enough damage to these desert dudes. I need some bronze daggers pronto. Oh, goat got chased in here by a zombie. That's hilarious. No ballista. Okay. Okay. Oy vey. This is a slog. Let's see. We have another ballista right over there. Whoops. There we go. Blow it up. And then we got another ballista over there, but I'm out of freaking bombs. Maybe we can firebomb it. Ow, there's another one. Why you gotta be so rude? Okay, well we firebombed it, but it didn't actually die. There we go. No, 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 no. Ooh, I got stuck. We are on the edge here. Nope. Why am I suddenly outside on this server? Did somebody push me outside, or did somebody destroy that building? What just happened? Oh, so here's another one of them statues. Let's talk to this dude. Sure. Fuck. God, this game is so scary hardcore. I don't want to die. Oh, I don't have room. Well, ain't that something? Okay. As soon as we clear the Satyr camp out down here, things get quite a bit calmer as far as trying to get through here. The desert doesn't have nearly as many people per area as this Satyr camp does. So life will get much, much calmer once we get through here. Let's go ahead and open this up. Nice, some big boy potions. We've still got another ballista down here, but I still don't have any more bombs. So we need to kill this little thing over here, because I don't want more people spawning, and that ballista is far enough away that these two things are sort of separate. Which is good. Nice. Okay. So it looks like the last thing we have here is this ballista. And we're pretty much good to go over here. Nice. Play a little ring around the rosy. And we got it. Oh, and one more chest. Survival Ginsu. Hey, there's some tin right here too. This is real convenient. We're gonna get this, and we're gonna steal this other cart. We're gonna yoink that. There might even be more than one cart in here. Let's kind of take a look around. Because if I could steal a couple of carts, then I could get all that tin back in one go. Doesn't look like we've got multiple carts. Bummer. Do I have a crafting bench in my inventory? I can make a crafting bench. I don't know if I can make a cart without being in a town. Ooh, I can. Nice. They've got all these logs right here for me. Super convenient. Thank you so much, satyrs. So I think that'll be enough. We do want to get our bench back, which means we got to throw that out again. Yeah. Yo, that was dope. I can't believe that we just got tin right there. Just first thing when we walk in. That's so nice. Now we can just run this all the way back to the base. We do have to be a little bit careful. We're going to have to go through one of these volcanic zones. And when we do that, we're probably going to run into a skelly. And so that's going to be a little dangerous. And they might destroy our cart because we've got... These are wood carts. They've only got 50 HP. So if that skelly hits them a couple of times, it'll be game over. So we'll have to be wary of what we see here. But this is enough bronze right here. We should be able to get like a legendary bronze dagger. Oh, nice. No skellies. And that goat fucked up. Super nice. Okay. Yeah, we're in the clear now. So we should be able to get a legendary dagger with this much bronze. And we've got our good armor, so we'll start doing some good damage. And we should be able to level up some before we go try and fight the other bosses. We're probably not going to fight the other bosses today, because we've only got about an hour and a half left in the stream. And so I doubt I'm going to get that far, because I need to pass quite a few levels, because I want to get some of my power-ups from my skill tree. Like I really want to get the assassination spell. Like really bad. Okay. So to make tin, we just need to come in here and get out some coal. We're going to go right here. Throw all that coal. Where'd the coal go? Oh, I just put my coal away. Not took it out. Because I'm an idiot. Okay. Dope. Eight tin bars. We have 16 copper, which is exactly what we need to make 8 bronze. We're not a high enough skill level though. Ooh, that sucks. Let's make some copper nails. Right? Damn, that sucks. Okay. Well, let's make a couple of copper nails. 3 will probably be enough. We're going to go kill this boss bird over here real quick, because she'll drop me some copper. But while we're looking to do that, let's go put all our stuff away. Do some cooking. Do some offerings to the gods. Give some food to our people here. Oh, I missed that. We might actually keep the nuts and that. Put away some of this action. Let's see, where's your level at? Level 3? You're not max yet. But let's go ahead and make Gird Hide to try and max you out. Throw up an offering. And whoops, I forgot that this stuff goes over here. Because we need that for that bone splint stuff. Let's actually take a look. What is this? Armor ranged damage. That's too bad. And health. I really would prefer to use some of this stuff. But it doesn't seem like... Yeah, we've got some robes here that give magic. And we've got some leather that gives ranged. But that seems to be pretty much it. Did I put the linen away? I did. Hey, Siler with the follow over on Twitch. Thank you very much. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I am a huge fan of that TV show. Hey, and Zeno with the follow over on Twitch as well. Thank you. Man, we've been having a great day with the Twitch follows. My goodness. Christmas come early. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just make... Oh my gosh, I'm going to need to make so many more things. So I made 3 sets. I got 20. So I need to make 4 more. Cool. That should get me up to the level I need to make bronze. And then once I can make bronze, I'll level up just making bronze gear. And bronze bars, not gear. I think I'll have to be level 3 to make bronze gear. But we're gonna murder this dude a little more. We're gonna cheat. Because I'm a cheater. This boss is a beast. Especially early game. I'm not trying to die. I'll get that spell too, jackass. Boom. Anything that does a shotgun effect is really good against that bird. All right, we hit the level. We can make bronze bars now. Get 7 of them in the cooker here. Or 6 or something. Thankfully, we've got plenty of happiness. Our efficiency is pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. We can get it way higher. Oh. Hang on, ladies and gentlemen. The craziest thing just happened. I just got 2 bronze bars out of 1 craft twice in a row. I think your expertise not only gives you the ability to craft higher tier armors and weapons, I think it also has the ability to increase the number of materials you get when smelting bars. Ooh. That's awesome. So I'm going to get way more bars than I thought. Holy shiznit. All right. Well, let's make some bronze daggers. These are only level 2. I didn't expect that. We've got a feathered sword. I haven't ever used this. This is 8 to 10 damage with a +5 attack speed. But I can probably get this as like a legendary and get a bunch of extra stats with it. I might try and make one of these legendary just for fun. But I'll have to get some more copper to do that. In the meantime, we're going to make some bronze daggers here. We just want to order one at a time. I want to roll until I get like a legendary. I don't have crazy high expertise, so it might be a while. I should probably craft some more or put some more decorations up to bump that expertise a little before doing this, because I am going to waste some materials here because I'm not likely to get a legendary on the first try. Or it'll just give me a legendary on the first try. Nice. Oh, that's so awesome. Holy shit. Yeah, so we get all these bonus stats, 15% overall damage, 10% attack range, 5% crit, 5% knockback. So, and instead of 2 to 4 damage, it's 4 to 6. So another 50% damage on top. That feels fucking great. Yeah, dagger range and attack speed. Fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah, feels good. Feels real good. We actually probably want to craft bronze gear too. Because if we can get legendary bronze armor, we need cured hides. The bronze armor will just be better than the feathered. Because it can get legendary status. So gonna want to go ahead and max that out. Let's see, we'll get chest, helmet, greaves. Okay, we need more bronze for some of these pieces. Oh no. If you cancel it, you don't get your resources back. Well, that kind of sucks. Ah, well. Oh, maybe I will, actually. Because it says I've got 11 in there. Oh, no. Yeah, we got it back. Okay. Phew. We want to craft a helmet and a chest. Give me 2 more legendaries. But at least, like, nice, pristine, perfect. That's what's up. You gotta get your happiness up on your crafters. The rest of your player or the rest of your people don't necessarily really matter. At least not in the demo. I think after the demo, your material storages and, you know, getting your lumberjacks and stuff up is going to be more important later. But there just aren't enough buildings to craft and enough upgrades to do for that to matter. But eventually it is. So we got some knockback resistance. We've got minus energy regen. which kind of sucks. But bonus melee damage, bonus armor, bonus health. Those are all super good stats. So we're going to equip those bad boys. Yeah, we're feeling strong now. Feeling strong now. Put some of that stuff away. And let's head back out to the desert. This is a long-ass run. We strong, dude. We hella strong. I can't wait until, you know, like my character that I'm playing on the persistent world right now is like obscenely strong. And so I can't wait until we get to access some new content where that character isn't strong anymore. Now, I don't think that I'll actually get to keep that character. I think I'll have to probably restart when the game launches. But once I get back to that point, you know, progressing a character feels really good. And I'm really excited to see, you know, what else is going to be on the talent tree. What other bonuses am I going to be able to get from some of the gods? What are maybe some of the special attacks or special effects from, you know, new gear and stuff that we're going to get? Yeah, I'm super happy they've been updating too. The world is already looking more and more interesting as I walk around it. There's all these new like points of interest and stuff. So you're not running into the same POI over and over again. So they've done a really good job of adding to the pool of procedural generation stuff. And it seems like they've just been cranking that shit out pretty quick over the last week. So super cool. It's all going really well. The dev team is doing an outstanding job. But I think a lot of what they have remaining to do, you know, because the core systems work so well, a lot of what they've got left, is going to be expanding variety, right? More biomes, more weapons. Call it similar to Star Sector and how the game is built. I don't know anything about Star Sector. I've never played that game, so I can't really speak to that. But if there's another game out there that's anything like this, then I'm a little sad that I've never played it. Because this game is the tops, dude. I think we can get apricots. Let's see, do we get a sapling? Yeah. We can get apricot saplings now. Oh, we got a crazy angry snake down here. He had a core game, built it up, continues to build it. Yeah. Yeah, I foresee us getting some pretty persistent updates with this game. No. Oh, nice. It's one of these. Oh, yeah. No. Yo, wouldn't that suck? Lose it all to a fucking trap. Alright. Hey, a rusted bronze spear. Not that I'm ever going to use that. I'm super stoked that we got an apricot tree sapling. I want to see if I can plant that in the plains, or if they're only going to grow in the desert. Apricots are a required resource. For one of the high-end foods. So I want to see about that. Is this one of the ones that traps you? Yeah, so these ones with the little stars around them, since we're playing hardcore, I'm not fucking going in there. Because they'll trap you. And you can't go, like, back out. You gotta get through a room. And there's tons of enemies, and I don't want to die. That sounds like no fun. I am way too far along to get killed. Do we have... It doesn't look like... Oh yeah, we do have some rangers. We're gonna go ahead and eat... Oh god. Nope. Nope, nope. That's how you get it done right there. Sometimes you gotta be a cheating ass motherfucker. Oh yeah, we kill these desert satyrs way faster with these daggers than we did with our old ones. Oh, and it's so much faster to kill these things too. Yeah, that feels good. I'm digging it. But we get some leers over here. We can make some music. Cool, cool. That wasn't a cheat. That was perfectly legitimate tactic. Them to funnel point, only take on one or so at a time. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Dania. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. You know, just like I kill the owl boss, I drop a bunch of the defensive fire pit structures over by the owl boss's base, and then I kill her that way by making her stand on top of those things. Because I'm not even trying to have to deal with that boss. You're the only person playing this at the moment. I was curious to see more of it after seeing Felicia Day play. Oh, I didn't know Felicia Day played this. That's cool. I'm glad to see that I'm the only person playing it. That's awesome. For me, I would prefer to see more people playing it for the sake of the game itself. But that's super dope for me. But yeah, I love this game. I am completely in love with everything they've got going on. The whole game is just so well built. And every time I think, like, oh, this would be cool. Maybe I should try and see if this works. It does. This is something interesting. She played it yesterday. Her and her chat are looking forward to its launch. Oh, that's awesome. Heck yeah. So this is something I didn't see a lot at the beginning of the demo. There weren't a lot of places like this that were completely cut off. But I kind of want to get another person into this world right now because I wonder if I could build a catapult out here and then launch somebody in there. And then could we like build a town core and turn this like into a town? And if so, if it got raided, um, we could like launch rocks in here. And so we could have a catapult and a big pile of rocks. And then we could trigger raids here and then just catapult all the enemies. And they would never be able to hit us. We'd never lose. All right, this is just a regular dungeon here. I'm actually pretty excited to get into a regular dungeon. Because I want to see if I can get the assassin spell. Because that's a big part of the build that I'm going for here. This should be a decently easy dungeon. It looks like it's just... Oh, they've got skeletons. Uh-oh. Should be decently easy. Instantly changed my mind. Just go ahead and die. Both of you can die. Yo, this archer is strong. Goodness. I've been in this dungeon before. There's a lot of loot to get in here. Ooh. Hey, nice. A couple extra antidotes. That'll go a long way. Let's see. So we go right here. And then I believe we go right here. And we're going to go down here for a while. And then I think we just go right here and then straight down. Yeah. Ooh. I'm so bad at traps. I honestly can't believe that I haven't gotten killed by that shit yet. Okay. Freaking skeletons, man. Easily the hardest enemies in the game right now. This is a puzzle that I didn't actually figure out last time. Okay, that does a little more damage. So I probably just need to go ahead and use this. Instead of... Because my daggers just don't do enough, and I get hit too much. Nice. That felt good. They got too much physical armor or something. Okay, so we're gonna throw this switch. It starts here. Would a blunt weapon do more damage to them? I.e. Oh, you know what? Probably. And I actually have a hammer in my inventory. Oh, wow. I didn't realize the sledgehammers or the bronze hammers had such high base damage. That's crazy. This dagger's 4 to 6, and this sledgehammer's 22 to 24. Yeah, if I run into some more of them, I will definitely... Oh, there's one right now. Let's fucking see, dude. Bet you this will be fun. I don't even have any skill in these. Oh. Oh, whack. Oh, what's up, dude? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. And then there's like another attack with it too. You can right click them and it attacks a little faster. Yeah. Ooh, that was such a good plan. You're right. It is definitely typical in RPGs. And I know that there are different melee damage types because my armor gives me resistance to 3 different melee damage types. So I imagine piercing is absolutely the worst one to be using against a skeleton. That makes so much sense. Oh, damn, a couple of casters. Looks like they're using poison magic. So we're going to hit the anti-poison. Okay, so we got some skellies still too. So we're going to keep the hammer out, and then we'll switch to dagger when there's no more skellies. Because we can dance around. The dagger's really nice because you can move pretty good while using it. So these mages are gonna beat my ass. Nope. Okay, got one of them. So we were able to kill that mage super quick with the daggers. Nice. Ooh. We definitely came here too early. Hey, nice grappling hook. So this is what the grappling hooks do. I wonder if the person who was asking about them earlier. But so you shoot them out. I don't have anything that I can grab. But you shoot them out and you pick up like wood and stuff like that that goes on top of your head so you can throw it. And then there's an ability super low down in the favor tree, where you can, here it is, attaching hooks. You can hold the hook button to attach the hook to an object, then throw it instantly by flicking your aim. So you'll be able to like hold it out and then boop, flick it, and then it'll just like whip it out there. Throwing isn't super good, it doesn't seem like, in the beta or the demo, but I'm pretty sure in the future it's gonna be alright. You like only get one try at this, I think. And I think I fucked it up. I don't know what that is, but I've seen it twice now, and I've never gotten anything from it. Which makes me a little sad. You can destroy that in the middle there. Not really any point. I think it's mostly designed to be walked around. Although, now I'm starting to see a point. Ooh, that was all very scary. Well, so there's something, the lights show up and they give you like a pattern, and I try to follow it, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible that nothing's been implemented for it yet. I think I killed all the skellies. So now we've just got Mr. Mageface here. Oh, doggy. Now I've got "Do you want to date my avatar" stuck in my head. Look at that rat. He's so big. Did you ever watch their video for "I'm the one that's cool"? I don't know. Maybe. It's been a while. If I did. Honestly, Felicia Day had kind of fallen off my radar. Until you just mentioned. I was not even aware of the fact that she was streaming. That's cool. Oh, I could do it. Oh, these don't die. Okay. Let's see. So this room has bombs that fall, and there's just an order. Eventually, you have to pick the right one. So it'll either be this way. Nope. So it'll... Nope. Oh, that's interesting. This is the first time I've ever seen it not go in a direction in a circle around. I've never seen it do this cross pattern before. That's super cool. And a rusted bronze gladius. I guess we can just leave that. That's fine. We're actually going to need to get back to our base again. Already. We're like all the way full here. Which is kind of crazy. I mean, there are some things that we don't need, but we are just going to get those things again. So they're always going to be... Ooh, we get the Scorpio breastplate. Nice. Let's go ahead and eat that. We already have that on the main server, so we don't have to worry about it. Love getting those recipes, though. I'm really looking forward to finding all the recipes in all the different biomes and stuff. So there is something that I am actually a little concerned with this game's progression right now. And that is that as things stand in the moment, each biome seems to be a different tier of play. Which means that anything that I find in the desert biome is ultimately eventually not going to really be useful to me. And I'm going to end up throwing those things away for whatever the newest biome is. So I hope that when the game fully launches, there's going to be things that you can come and explore, like as the biomes get further and further from your center, like spawn point. I hope that they get stronger regardless of what the biome is. And that there's, new recipes and stuff like that that are themed with that biome. Even if it's just a stronger version, like an enhanced Scorpio armor that I can get access to. So that my build... So if the Scorpio armor isn't something that can scale throughout the game, then like a poison build fails unless there's another poison armor at a higher tier. So you don't want to lose some of those bonuses that you're going to be using for different builds and stuff. And so a little bit of the way things are scaling in this game right now have some potential to really homogenize builds in the end game. And I'm a little concerned about that. But this is just a demo, and so that might not be anything to be concerned about. I don't know. Running so far. That'll be a non-issue if the hardest enemies are going to match the potential gear from its zone, but I get what you mean. Yeah, there are some pretty decent ways, I think, to get rid of it. I mean, even just a really basic form of scaling for the enemies, where they just get stronger and stronger and stronger. It could be based on even like the amount of time in the game world that has gone by. And then maybe like all the enemies get stronger. And so no matter what biome you're in, you're dealing with stronger enemies and stuff. But I don't know. We'll see. It just adds a lot to replayability and to build diversity if there's lots of different stuff that you can use to make builds at all tiers of play. And that's the other thing, is I really like, so something I talk about a lot is games need to be content complete at all tiers of play. Because you don't want to be locked out of certain types of content until later in the game. You don't want to feel super rushed to get to the quote unquote end game so that you can do things. And that's actually something I think this game is doing really well, is the dungeons are there, the city management is there, the bosses are there, the unique gear sets are there. So it doesn't really matter what tier of play I'm in. I feel like I'm experiencing everything the game has to offer, sort of at all times. And that's pretty cool. But I would like to see the ability to maintain a build style throughout the entire game. Would be really nice. Let's see. Let's get all our stuff put away here. I think we need more chests. And we need to get rid of more of these. So we'll put that in there. We'll put that in there. And then we'll get these out. And we'll put... Oh, nice. I didn't realize those would stack so closely over there. That's cool. We're gonna probably feed these. Probably feed all these. This will hold some more foodstuffs down here. And crafting materials. I think we need the sapphires to go there. And then some of the rest of this stuff will go to the actual crafters. We're going to put all these items in here. Boom. Hey, unlocked all the gods. Boom. We just got one left that just needs a little bitty bit. I don't need ranged attack power. Ooh, automatic Scorpio. That's what I want. Hell yeah. And then +1 melee attack damage. +3% crit chance. Mars is my boy. Me and Mars are on the same page. Get up close and personal. Beat the crap out of stuff. Let's dump some food in here. It's honestly going to be so nice to just be able to, like, leave this world and not have to worry that they're going to die, because it's not going to be persistent like the other world. We do need to grab some stuff. They don't have really any food, so they're likely getting hungry. Let's get some of these currants and stuff, and let's go put them in here. I've got quite a few citizens, and a couple of them have that thing that makes them eat extra. So, gotta be careful. with the foodstuffs. Put some stuff. Let's go ahead and offer these up. Put this stuff in here. Go make some more bronze bars. Hopefully that's enough for my boots. Need 5. Do I have 2? Oh, only got 1. Okay. Well, now that we have a ballista, actually, let's get crazy. Forgot to put away my linen. So we're going to go put a ballista by the bird. And I think I've got a bunch of arrows. We're going to put the ballista right in the middle of all those fire things. And the bird will attack the ballista and just stand there and die. And it's going to be super comical. How do you guys expect to beat me? So, ballista, I guess right there is fine. And it just needs 1 wood. So let's get a wood. I could put 4 ballistas in there, but the ballista isn't really where the damage comes from. The damage mostly comes from these fire traps. And so going out of my way to put extra ballistas, they're just going to take damage. And it's not really going to work out. Let's put some copper arrows in there, though. And so we'll just break this thing. And she'll come after me. But as soon as we get away from that, she'll start going after the ballista. Ooh, those copper arrows actually hit pretty good. And she can destroy the ballista, but she just gets obliterated by those fire traps. And then we can come over. Whoop, and we'll get her stuff. Yeah, I love, those are called pot men. And so they do all kinds of crazy shit. The carts that you pull around, they can steal your carts too. So you can get like a big old cart train and they'll come over and they'll just grab it and walk away with it. Because they're assholes. Yeah, that went super well. That's a really good little copper farm there. Yeah, potmen are super cool. I hope if they implement trade, like trade routes between your cities within a world, I hope that the way that works is you'll actually see little potmen dragging carts on the roads to go from city to city. I hope there's like a physical representation of that trade happening, because that'd be so cool. But we should have enough copper now to make the bronze that we... Oh, no, we get 2. That's right. We already had enough. I forgot that we've been getting 2 bronze. That's right. Now we need our bronze greave. Come on. Give me a legendary. I want it. I want it so bad. Darn it. At least it was masterwork. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, put all that stuff in there. Put all that stuff in there. Dope. Most of that stuff is where it belongs. I think we need to go... We're going to go down into the desert one more time here before the end of the stream. Because we need to find ourselves a Cyclops statue and figure out where the Cyclops is at. We're getting to a point where fighting those last two bosses is kind of the last thing we have to do on the hardcore run here. But I am a little bit afraid to go do that. We still need to get a little more... we need our Assassin's spellbook. We need significantly more favor points and stuff like that to make ourselves a little stronger. But as far as like gearing and stuff, we're kind of there. I'd like to have legendary bronze instead of just masterwork, but that's 1% resistances is pretty much all I'm gonna get out of that, and 1 bonus energy energy regen. So yeah, I mean, really it's just about killing lots of enemies and getting ourselves into a position where we can do that fight as easy as possible so we don't die. Because I'd like to clear all the content on this hardcore before losing it. The Cyclops is going to be the hard one for me. I'm pretty sure that I could just go kill Prizifax right now. I'm not really worried about him. But I am worried about this Cyclops. That last phase is a like a DPS check. And so I'm a little worried. Something I might want to look into actually is what type of damage that Cyclops takes. Because I usually use a spear or daggers. And so I've been doing a lot of piercing damage to the Cyclops. And it's possible that he's resistant to the piercing damage. Because I've always had a little bit of trouble with trying to do that last phase. And that might be the reason. Oh, I got rid of my hammer. That wasn't very smart. Oh, here we go. Nice. That went better than it did down in that dungeon. That was unexpected. Ooh. Dungeon. Oh, I love this dungeon. Because it looks like it's super small. And you're like, oh, I got gypped. Nope. Oh, that sucks. Normally when they try and come out at you, they fall off the edge. I've never had them actually come out there to me. That was frightening. Well, I don't think I have a place for you. Unfortunately, buddy. You gotta stay down here in the deep, dark cave of nothing. Stay in the deep, dark cave. It's so much fun to be able to kind of like mark your character's progress. Like I'm very obviously getting stronger because it's getting easier and easier to kill all these enemies. Like these desert satyrs aren't nearly as scary as they were when I went and fought them in their base or whatever. Let's go over here. Let's potion up. These dual wielder dudes do pretty good damage. And then we've got a couple of ballistas. Oh, we got people. Okay, well, let's draw these dudes back. Oh, got a bunch of ranged people. Okay. Enough shooting. Nice. Hey, now I've got a hammer. I can kill more skeletons if I need to. I can't believe that it just never occurred to me that I should use a hammer to kill the skeletons. Hey, double hammers. If they want to go ahead and let me dual wield the hammers. Can't kill prize effects. What sort of issue are you having? Are you having difficulty at the bullet hell phase? My antidote ran out. That almost went bad. Hey, there's another dungeon. Nice. Oh, nice. It's another one of these. This one's taking me all the way across. Okay. Give me my spell. You suck. I hate you, game. Really? You can't just give me chests in those? Gotta give me scorpions? Alright, dickhead. Yeah, that's another one of those ones that'll trap you inside. We're definitely not dealing with that. Fuck no. Not about that life. Yeah. Oh, right, tab. I keep trying to hit I to switch weapons, but you can just tab to open your inventory. Tab is much easier to press. I think I've already been down in there. So it looks like we've come to the end of that little area. How to complete the second stage of Pizefax. Do you mean when he gets angrier? Or do you mean when he shoots all the bullets at you? Ooh, shiznit. Ooh, shiznit. Ooh, shiznit. Oh. Yeah, I know which boss you're talking about, Resnu, but I don't know what you think the second phase is. Are you talking about when he jumps up on the ledge and shoots a bunch of bullets at you? Or do you mean when he comes back down off the ledge and he's all enraged and spinning faster? Shooting fireballs at you. Okay. So the first part of that is fairly easy because they're just staggered. So I'm sure you're probably getting past that, right? Because they're coming down at you in like this pattern where, you know, you can just sidestep back and forth to get away from them. When he does the one where he does like the line and then you have to like run all the way back and forth between them because there's like rows of them like this, it's really, really enticing to try and dodge all of them and snake through, but you're too slow, so you can't do that. So if you go all the way over to one side and then just eat one fireball in each row, then you're only going to get hit by like 2 fireballs. And then you can just eat and heal right through that before he comes back down. So when it's doing this thing that makes you look like you should be snaking, and if you have a shield, even better, because you can just shield those fireballs. So you might bring a shield with you and swap. That's not prize effects. At least when I fight him, there's no minions. When you're dodging these things back and forth, I've never had minions. You're talking about the dude that spins in a circle and attacks you, right? Try in the high temple of the satyr. Yeah, that's prize effect. Oh, already been here. Okay. Yeah, a lot of those bullet hell bosses are much easier if you bring a shield, because then you kind of have a secondary path to not dying to the bullets, because you can just shield them. The other thing is those bullets, I believe, do fire damage. So you might consider going to the pot, the cauldron in the base, and making a fire resistance potion and taking that in there would probably give you a little more room for mistakes and make that fight a little bit easier. Yo, I'm getting so many of these. This is awesome. I mean, they terrify me because I'm gonna die, but also awesome. Whoa, no. Porque. Porque. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's funny. Holy crap, I knew it was gonna happen. One of these days. I'm so bad at traps. That's just what happens. Oh man, that's funny. Well, um, bye bye Hermit Hardcore. Singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Everything is saved. Doesn't matter if everything is saved, because we are going to delete. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to delete. Deuces. All right, well, let's go kill Presafax real quick. I'll show you that fight. Join multiplayer. Boom. Let's drop right in here. Are you in the group world right now? Because I'll go kill him with you. Bye bye Hermit Hardcore. Why is all this stuff in here? What is going on? I mean, the game still seems to be... No, the game's really not running okay. Hang on. I just went and moved the character indoors. Maybe that'll help a little bit. But yeah, things are looking real bad. I just reset the game too. So that's a little weird that it's having so much issues. We may just have too much stuff built just in general. I don't think the game was really designed for what we're doing to it. Oh, I was just... Because you have access to the multiplayer world, right, Resnusha? Because I have this, like, open world here that I host 24/7. That a bunch of people have been playing on and building cities on and stuff. I thought that's where you were at. This also could be a part of the problem. Maybe all these resources just sitting in the open like this. I don't know. You just have to friend this account right here. Hang on. That name, Survival Hermito, is the account that is hosting this world. And it stays on 24/7. Except once a day, I restart the instance to get rid of some of these strangenesses. I may have to start doing it twice a day now, though. But yeah, we've got, I don't know, there's like 15 or so people that have been playing on this world. I did. Did I not? But yeah, if you friend that account, then I can accept, and then you'll be able to access. And then we'll go fight the boss together. Maybe even some of these other nerds want to come. Yeah, I think somebody is probably fighting the Cyclops right now. It's probably Al Manzar, because he just died a few times. Yeah, he died again right there. What is me? Yeah, Survival Hermito is me. It's another account that I use. If you just friended Survival Hermit, that's a different, that's this account that I'm playing on, and not the host for the server. But Survival Hermito is an alternate account that I made to host this game server. Yeah, there you are. Perfect. Okay, I accepted you. You should be good to go. Did you... We have a level 3 altar? What? I didn't think we could get level 3 altars. Hang on. Holy crap. We can get level 3 altars. Oh, we can build temples now. Did they add a bunch of stuff? What's a temple? Hey, is that you? Are you Alex? Yeah, so let's use the altar here and teleport down to Old Piltover. And from Old Piltover, we can get to Prisifex. Man, this server's feeling a little laggy. That's a bummer. Whoops. So there's actually a way, I think, that you can skip Prisifex's second phase. We won't do it because it's kind of cheesy, but if you get him down to close to half health and then let him spin and then kill him fast enough while he's in the spin, then you're good. Alright, so just come to a side. Just stay back in the back, you're good. If you get all close up like that, then you're gonna get killed. You don't have as much time to react. But you can just stay on a side and just take one hit and then heal yourself up a little and you're good. But you made it through there, good job. Nice. Good job. You made it through the bullets. You can have all that stuff. Good job, dude. All right. I think that's actually going to be the end of the stream, though. I need to get some food in me because I'm getting hungry again. So, yeah. I want to thank everybody for coming out. We have been having an incredible series of streams on YouTube and on Twitch, especially on YouTube. We've been getting crazy amounts of viewership. So thank you all so much for that. I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate all the participation we've had on the persistent server. So I really, really appreciate all of that. So thank you all so much again. I won't be back on stream tomorrow because that's my day off. Thursdays, I always take off. So I'll be back again Friday with some more Romestead. So yeah, I hope everybody has a great day, and I'll see you all on Friday.